I'd like to reconvene the Committee of the Whole here. Take a motion to adjourn.
I'll make a motion to reopen the meeting.
Second?
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That action carries. And I'll take a motion then to adjourn the meeting. No, I will adjourn the meeting myself, sorry. Anyway, and being it is 5 o'clock, I will convene then the full board of the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board here on October 1st. Our secretary, please call the roll.
Commissioner Alper.
Present. And
Commissioner-
could you please note my attendance at the closed session as well?
Certainly.
Thank you.
Commissioner Menz.
Here.
Commissioner Musich.
Present.
Commissioner Olson.
Here.
Commissioner Rucker.
Here.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Here.
Commissioner Thompson.
Here.
Vice President Abeni.
Here.
President Forney.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. All those in favor, look for a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That action carries. Take a motion then to approve the minutes of September 18th.
I'll move the regular meeting minutes of September 18th, 2024.
Second?
Thank you. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That action carries. I'll take our reports of appointees to outside boards, commissions, and committees. Anybody have something to report? Yes, Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you, President Forney. I am on the Planning Commission, as you guys likely know, and I don't normally report on things here, but we had a meeting yesterday that I think is consequential. The city put out zoning recommendations for cannabis dispensaries. My issue with what was approved last night was that there was zero consultation with parks. Nobody on our staff, our commission was not requested to give information. State law allows for a buffer zone between parks, and the city chose not to do that. I also was incredibly disappointed that in the final minutes of our meeting yesterday, the recommendation by Minneapolis Public Schools of at least a 500-foot buffer was ignored and lowered. They were the only organization that was given input. And I know cannabis is now legal in the state of Minnesota, but I was disheartened personally that our city is increasingly becoming very challenging and hostile to children, and especially at-risk youth. Of course, as my colleague, Commissioner Menz, and I have worked with children a lot, teenagers, and I didn't like that we were not consulted. So this is going to be a continuing potential issue for our parks because there was zero consideration. It passed 8-1. I was the one. So that's what I have to report. Thanks.
Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, President Forney. In my capacity as your representative on the board for the trustees of the Minneapolis Institute of Arts, I wanted to update you on their plans for renovations of their building and replacement of their energy center that's in the basement of the building currently. There was a potential that we would need to be in discussion with them about placing some elements of what they're trying to do on parkland, and the latest design does not require that, so you will not be seeing something like that coming forward. It'll just be the work that we've been talking about for many years in terms of finding ways to make a more seamless transition between entering the building and getting into the park. So those conversations will continue, but there will not be any new business that I anticipate coming before this body in that regard. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other reports? Not seeing any lights, then we will move on to our consent business. Anybody want to pass the consent agenda?
I'd like to move the consent agenda as a slate with the exception of item 2024-205, which I'd like to pull for discussion.
Second?
Thank you. All those in favor of the consent agenda minus that one resolution signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Oppose? That action carries. Okay, on to resolution 2024-205. Somebody'd like to read it?
I can move Resolution 2024-205. This is a resolution approving the addition of fencing and formalization of existing use patterns concept plan at the dog park at Minnehaha Regional Park without a public hearing.
Second?
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, President Forney. I believe Carol has some images that she can pull up on the screen. Ms. Hellstrom is the project manager for this project. I've been getting a lot of emails that appear to have this appears to have sparked a lot of confusion for people. And so I was just hoping, Ms. Hellstrom, that you could walk us through, well, you have a presentation. Awesome. If you could step us through what this project is, how it will proceed, who the surrounding owners are, et cetera, I think that would be helpful as we go into this discussion.
Welcome, Project Manager Hellstrom.
Good evening, President Forney and Park Board Commissioners. So the area we'll be discussing tonight is the off-leash dog park within Minneapolis, or Minnehaha Regional Park, excuse me. So generally it's shown here in the area outlined in red is the area we'll be looking at. This does not, the area circled in red currently is not the footprint of the off-leash dog park, but is generally the MPRB owned parcel within this area of Minnehaha Regional Park. I want to note that this area is also within the Mississippi National River and Recreation Area. It was established in 1988. That is managed by the National Park Service. It's a protected corridor along the Mississippi River through Minneapolis and St. Paul. It's a 72-mile or 54,000 acre area. So the graphic you have in front of you shows the existing conditions. The area with the red hatching shows current fencing. The area, the yellow lines show existing trails within this area. And the pink faint line that you can see outlines the property line. So I want to note we do have, and I hope you're able to see my cursor, there is one existing access gate to this area, just off of the 54th Street entrance, or Minnehaha Park Drive entrance. The off-leash, the current off-leash area is shown as the more colorful portion of the graphic. I do want to note that there is river access along this corridor here. And so folks can access the river with their dogs. The land just to the west of this off-leash dog area is owned by the Department of Veterans Affairs. It is currently being managed by the National Park Service, who is going through a restoration effort within this area. I want to pause just to note and point out the presence of footpaths going towards the MPRB property and towards the state trail that runs through this area. I'll note that a number of users do park along Minnehaha Park Drive here and choose to walk across this property to access the dog park today. So the area that's highlighted is around 6.6 acres, and that's where dogs are currently designated to be off leash. Any other area within this park that is owned by MPRB or by others would be subject to dogs being on leash. So I wanted to also note some existing signage and map information. The sign to the left is some old, out-of-date signage that has since been replaced. You'll note that the off-leash recreation area is clearly marked here. Formerly, there was an off-leash footpath to reach the off-leash recreation area. However, the updated signage just to the right, after recognizing that off-leash dogs were present beyond that footpath, to reach the off-leash area, the signage was updated and is placed throughout the park. So here's just some images of the entry to the area and along with some trail signage. So again, you'll note at the main entrance gate, Again, the signage being, clear of where the area is, directions to keep dogs on leash, and to bag their waste, clearly marked. And then noting, along the trail, along the fence to the off-leash area, we do have off-leash recreation area this way. Personally, I would say, maybe the dog could be running towards it. That'd be great, but, there's always room for improvement, I guess. But again, there's also, the bottom right graphic showing, again, leash your dog, pick up their waste, shown through the park. And this graphic, or these images are showing the actual entrance to the off-leash dog area, again, where the area is shown on a sign, and then, signage also noting to leash the dogs anywhere outside of this area. Moving along, so once you're within the off-leash dog area, as I mentioned, there is river access in this area. The image to the left shows that right now. The image to the right showing the utility corridor is also generally where the MPRB property line boundary is. You can see that there is currently no demarcation or signage in this area, which has been leading to many people through, nearly 30 years of use of this area as an off-leash area, going beyond the MPRB property boundary and accessing land that does not belong to or is not managed by MPRB. I also want to note that there are some managed natural areas and areas of ecological significance within and immediately adjacent to the dog park area. One being a prairie remnant within the dog park. Currently, about half of that is fenced. Unfortunately, we do have a lot of off-leash dogs accessing that area and would like to prevent that access in order to preserve that prairie remnant. It's a really unique plant community. And then, the Hennepin County and state DNR also note the presence of maple basswood forest and black ash swamp seeps within the area, again, needing to be managed and protected. And so I'd like to, the graphic here would show some proposed conditions. So currently the off-leash dog park at Minnehaha Regional Park really does not meet a majority of the standards that we have at other MPRB owned and managed dog parks. So for instance, at the main entrance, the inclusion or the addition of a chicane style gate, so the double gate so folks can take their dogs off leash within that area. We would see adding that. We would also see, we understand that there is a lot of emotion tied to this decision. People's pets are part of their families, and so understanding the feeling of a sense of loss because the land to the west and to the south would no longer be able to be accessed. We're looking to formalize the remainder of the MPRB parcel, so this area to the north, we would want to formalize that as off-leash dog park. I want to note that, the prairie remnant you'll see here, fully encircled, is a portion of this area. It extends beyond the current trail into this area. And so really, again, that would be the reasoning behind the addition of fencing to block access to the north. As we move down here, though, to where the southern boundary where there's not currently fencing, where we'd be adding new, there's an area of upland here that would have, be the chain link immediately as we're installing this fence. There is a floodway, generally from this area down to the water's edge, where we need to seek regulatory approval from the authoritative body that would be Hennepin County. And so initially, we would see adding the fence posts at a spacing that would be what you would see with chain link fence. However, as we are seeking review and approval through the county, the fence posts would have signage clearly noting the rules of how to, properly behave in the area to leash your dog anywhere outside of MPRB property, and then would also have some amount of cultural, interpretive signage as well. This area is very close in proximity to Coldwater Springs and Badote, and that's really the impetus behind a lot of the natural resource restoration that has taken place. And so again, helping folks understand the why this area is important. But however, we would, again, as I mentioned, seek that approval to add the chain link to the fence posts. And once we would receive that, we would add chain link and block access to the south. And with that, if there's any questions, I would be happy to take them.
Thank you for that presentation. It's Commissioner Menz.
Yes, I do have a question. Thank you for that presentation. That was really helpful. So according to the map, it looks like there wouldn't be any other water access for dogs. Is that what I'm kind of seeing?
It's a great question. The area that, currently is off-leash dog park that has water access, that would remain water access for dogs, off-leash dogs. And so let's say, the access eventually, once we would receive approval to add chain link to the posts to the south, and access will be blocked here, would people be able to wade into the water and choose to go around that? Yes. However, they'd be knowingly, breaking the rules and subject to enforcement at that time.
Okay, so there would still be, but there's no fencing over there. it looks like.
There's no fencing between the river and the MPRB-owned property.
But they would, so the users would have to be leaving the fenced area in order to get to that space, or can they get to it from the south?
President Forney and Commissioner Menz, if a dog park user is trying to enter the MPRB property and MPRB off-leash dog area from Minnesota Historical Society property, they would need to go around to the main entrance gate.
So there's only going to be one entrance to the dog park, correct?
Correct.
I do have one question about the choice to do this without a public hearing, because I know that this board, we approved those procedures. What is the process that we go through to decide what things would not need a public hearing, or how we go through that in a process way? I could be mistaken. I don't think I saw this on a committee agenda. It went straight to the full board. So I'm wondering how we decide that in the planning department or in other spaces that this should not have a public hearing.
It's a great question. President Forney and Commissioner Menz, I'll do my best. I may seek assistance of Michael Schroeder as well. Really, thinking about this project, the reason that we are seeking concept approval from the board today is not to be able to add fencing to this parcel. The reason we are here seeking board approval is because we're looking to formalize an expansion of the off-leash dog area from 6.6 acres to the entirety, well, nearly the entirety of the MPRB parcel here. The reason we are seeking to do that without a public hearing is that, again, we see this as an enforcement issue or a rules issue of how this space is used, more than a major change to how, more than a major change or a new amenity. It's just changing what we have already.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion to table this until a future meeting so that we can have a little bit more information around maybe the environmental impact of extending this by 4 acres. So it seems like it was kind of pushed here pretty quickly, so motion to table.
Not hearing a second? Am I hearing it? I'm not hearing a second, sorry. You finished then? Okay. Commissioner Elper?
Yeah, thanks. I guess I'd like to start off by asking, I'm curious, why is the National Park Service giving the park board money for this project?
President Forney, Commissioner Alper, thanks for your question. The National Park Service has been communicating with MPRB around folks and their dogs who are not following the rules for well over a decade. They're wanting this project to happen, and so, since the issue is originating largely on MPRB property or because of an MPRB amenity, that's why, MPS feels MPRB should lead the project, but they're supportive with funding for the project.
Another follow-up. So you mentioned Coldwater Spring, and it sounded like that's an area of concern that dog park users are taking their dogs through there. But in looking at your map, if you don't mind pulling it back up, I'm not seeing that as an immediate adjacent parcel, correct?
President Forney and Commissioner Alper, you're correct that it is not an immediately adjacent parcel. I want to note that the Coldwater Spring area right here is owned and managed by National Park Service, again, who is managing the land that is owned by the Department of Veterans Affairs, which is directly adjacent to the Minneapolis MPRB parcel. So the site restoration and prairie restoration that's been happening or occurring within this parcel has been being completed by National Park Service.
Thanks. And then, so your slide, this one actually mentions a cost of $70,000 for the project, but in our resolution that we reviewed, it said 55. So could you explain the discrepancy?
Yep, that's a great question, President Forney, Commissioner Alper. We are estimating that the cost for the project will be above $55,000. The grant that we've received through National Park Service is for $55,000. We understand that additional costs to complete the fencing would come from MPRB, regional park maintenance, or regional park funds.
That's not in the resolution, though, that I saw. Is there a newer version?
The $70,000 amount is not included within the resolution. The resolution shows the National Park Service grant funding that we had received. It doesn't include a source from MPRB at this time, and that's just through error.
Okay. I just, I guess I feel a couple things. Thank you so much for your comments. First of all, I know a lot of people are here to speak on this item tonight, so I think we would be remiss to vote on this prior to open time, so I won't be supporting this project if we vote on it prior to open time. Secondly, I think it's important from an accuracy standpoint if for any resolution that we vote on, just in general, that it include all the items. Our board has power over the budget and what items are spent. And so I think it's important that quite frankly, that the resolutions that we vote on include the actual project cost, or that we see a match. So if the true cost is really $70,000, then we need to see that as commissioners, not just the revenue representing 55 out of 70 and the expenses being 55. The true cost is 70. And I think that's an issue that we've run into before on prior projects, most notably with North Commons. And so those are my comments at this point tonight. Thanks.
Thank you. Vice President Benny.
Thank you, President Forney. Would you mind if you could put up the previous slide, just briefly? I think maybe it's the existing condition slide. Maybe that was the right one. There we go. So currently, the area that's being used as a park is outside of the red boundary, right, but toward the water?
My apologies, could you repeat the question?
The area that's currently being used by dogs is outside of the red boundary, but toward the water, to the north, essentially?
President Forney, Commissioner Benny, the formal off-leash dog area is shown here as the
Right.
more colored area. The area where dogs are accessing where we are being asked to prohibit would be to the south.
Yep.
And to the west.
But
And
where are
we
they-
and we
where
are
are they-
looking- and
Yep.
we're looking to prevent access to the north
To,
as well.
to that one, okay, yep, okay, so, but they are currently accessing that one. And the fencing would exclude them from that space, but a question I would have is, that space is still accessible to anyone from just off the image here, right? In other words, you can still get to that section of beach, any person, that section of river, from over by the gate, correct?
President Forney, Commissioner Benny, the topography would prevent that.
Oh.
You could the fencing generally is along the ridge line.
Okay.
If you were to zoom out from this graphic and look towards where the incinerator is located in the South Plateau area, there is a set of stairs that goes down. You could also access this area if you were adventurous and coming from the creek area itself, where the
Okay.
creek empties into the Mississippi River. It is accessible, yes, but there's not a formal trail that would lead you there.
Okay, so this delineation does cut it off a little bit, though, I'm thinking about park users, with dogs on leashes and all other park users. And then down in the Department of Veterans Affairs properties, where the areas are of restoration, are dogs allowed on leash in that area currently?
Yes, dogs would be allowed
Okay.
on leash on both Department of Veterans Affairs property as well as Minnesota Historical Society property.
Okay, so, and then I think one more thing on the slide of the proposed condition. Yeah, okay, it's clear when you do it that way. So basically, the area that is being devoted to an off-leash location is actually, it is a significantly larger area. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Schaefer.
On this slide of proposed conditions, can you point out what percentage of the DNR Maple Basswood identified area is in the northern part of the dog park? With your cursor, or do you know a percentage?
That's President Forney, Commissioner Schaefer, that's a great question. I would hesitate to point something like that out on this map. Again, looking at this one, it's pretty difficult to read, and I apologize for the quality there. I do want to note that the addition of fencing to block off any natural sensitive areas, we are looking to field site the new fencing in the field with the contractor, myself, and along with natural resources staff. And so really outlining where those areas are that we need to preserve would be done in concert with natural resources staff. Again, wanting to avoid any impacts to healthy mature trees within any area of the park, and certainly wanting to make sure that we get all of the sensitive natural areas protected that they need to be.
Okay, so it's kind of TBD, once you have more analysis.
There's finesse that needs to happen in the field, yes, that's
Yep.
how I would put it.
Okay, and will some of the sections of fencing that allow dogs to get behind and back around, will those holes be filled, like around the meadows and some of the other areas?
I think I understand your question to mean, will
So
dogs?
I think there are ways that dogs can get behind the fencing currently.
President Forney, Commissioner Schaefer, we will do our best to close any gaps that exist. Will any amount of fencing be perfect and block off access for people and dogs for where we want them to not to be? No, this will not be a perfect solution.
Great, thank you. I really appreciate the answer to those questions. And I guess what I would like to just point out, I walked this site yesterday just for my own visual, and it was very helpful. And I think what's very painful about this decision is that technically this area that we've called on leash, the northern section, is basically off leash. There is no leashing that happens there. So those that use this dog park are going to feel like this is a constriction. Even though it technically is an expansion from 6 to 16 acres, it's going to feel like a pretty large constriction, particularly if we have to, deal with some of the sensitive areas. So I am feeling the pain about this as a dog owner. It's beautiful back there, but I also realize that we have to be respectful of the National Park Service, and that really, if there is a desire for more dog activity along that line, really that should be directed, from my perspective, not to us, but to the National Park Service, and to advocate with them. So for me personally, just to share my viewpoint, I will be supporting this, hopefully with this potential amendment that Commissioner Musich has put forward. But I would also encourage dog users and dog owners. We are here to represent residents. And this is not my district, so I'm supportive of Commissioner Musich. But I would also be supportive if the National Park Service comes back with an idea to combine or do something on that corner with us. I think all of us would be very interested in hearing what that input may be. But our natural areas are something that we really support as a board, and as an area we really need to grow in. We have very limited urban natural areas, and so for us, this is like our gold as far as what we have to give to future generations. And I'm a dog owner, I'm a dog lover, but I will be voting in support of this with the understanding and communication that we want to be flexible and really do and have further discussions if there are opportunities.
Thank you. I'm going to move to open time now. Thanks to all of you who want to share your thoughts and ideas with us during open time. Before we start, I want to provide an abbreviated version of open time rules. All individuals wishing to speak may call in before noon the day of the meeting to be placed on the agenda, or can sign up at the board meeting prior to the start of open time. I will be calling on people on the sign-up list only. Open time for public input should not exceed a total of 15 minutes, with the time limit to be allocated by myself, the president. Please watch the timer up here to be considerate of others here to speak and stay within your allotted time. During open time, public testimony will be given without debate, and only clarifying questions from the board will be allowed. 2 types of items not appropriate for open time in order to protect the privacy of all individuals are pending litigation and personnel issues. Please refrain from commenting on specific personnel issues. We will not tolerate discriminatory and/or harassing words directed at anyone, so please ensure that all your comments you make tonight comply with the policy. The board made the decision many years ago to operate under Robert's Rules of Order. Under Robert's Rules of Order, the ceding of time to another person is not allowed, so only those signed up to speak may only speak for their own allotted amount of time. We also request that each speaker provide his or her name and address. We have 22 speakers. I know everybody would like to speak, but unfortunately I'm going to have to then say 1 minute per person. So the first person is Constance Pepin, and after that is Cody Oliver.
Hello, Constance Pepin, Park District 6. In the interest of transparency, community engagement, and alignment with your mission and natural areas plan, please vote no on this resolution to expand the off-leash dog park. Minnehaha Regional Park is scheduled to go through a long-range planning visioning process in 2025, and making changes to the dog park outside of this process is premature. The 2022 memo that allows actions like this one without a public hearing does not apply here, because this action is not a renovation or maintenance. It's a major expansion from 6 acres to 16. Obviously, this action will result in a change in the location and extent of the current dog park. No question about that. So a public hearing is warranted. The resolution would also contradict the Public Park Board's goal to, quote, continually convene conversations between those with different priorities for the park. The Natural Areas Plan notes that most of the park is already maintained turf and developed, and that more acreage should be managed as a natural area. Why bother to have a Natural Areas Plan if you will ignore it, as this resolution does? Thank you.
And I was going to say, if anybody has any printed comments and everything, feel free to drop them off to somebody up front here. So Cody, and then after that is Ara Van Asten. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing your names. Oh, is Cody here? Arid? And then after that is Mark Scaly?
Am I allowed to give a handout at all?
Yes, yeah, sorry.
Hi, first time I'm doing this. I appreciate your time. Eric Van Asten, I live in the Morris Park neighborhood. I've been going to the Minnehaha Dog Park now with my dog for approximately 3 years. I've really enjoyed the space and really enjoyed the parks here. I just had a quick little handout for you to look at as you're thinking about this tonight, just with some key questions that I've been thinking about over the last couple days. The first one is, will users of the space today have a significant change of use? I'm not just saying the park, but I'm saying the overall use. And I'm showing the overall map here that shows not only the MPRB property, but also the neighboring property that gets used. And will the user's expectations of the park significantly change? So when they walk into that dog park fence, will that change significantly from today? Which I believe it will, by taking out that large neighboring property that's used today. Why are we not showing a map with the typical use like we showed today? We're showing that cutoff map in all the presentations. But then the main ones here are, why have there been any, sorry. Yep, and then the pictures on the website there show in the neighboring property, not on our property.
Thank you. Mark Scaly, and then after that again, Cody Oliver.
Thank you. My name's Mark Scally. I'm a board member of the Friends of Loring Park. I had more to say, but basically, my message is to thank you all for what you're doing for our beloved Loring Park. For funding the Burger Fountain, which is a huge project. The Twin Cities is not known for fountains, and we hope to make this a big showcase in our area. You've also helped us with new tennis courts in the last couple of years, new pickleball courts a year ago for consistent gardening help. For attendance at a recent board meeting by Superintendent Bangora and Commissioner Schaefer, we appreciate that attention, as well as by Assistant Superintendent Ringgold at a recent meeting to discuss ADA. You may know that we host both the Art Festival and the Pride Festival, which brings in 250,000 people per day on Saturday and Sunday. So helping us with parks. Shout out to Commissioner Schaefer for her help over the last couple of years, and also to Chief Otto for helping us with safety, which has been a problem over the years, but is greatly improved. Thanks.
Thank you. Cody, and then Mike Schumann.
Hi, I'll try to be brief. I got a lot of questions, so I'm going to set those aside for now about the dog park project. What I would like to see is postponement of the project until we can get some better transparency and engagement of the dog park community. We've been left out of the equation completely. This basically was a bomb dropped on us literally 7 days ago. We don't know anything about it. We don't know what the stakeholder requirements are. We don't even know who the stakeholders are. But we know that we have not been engaged. We think that there's a better solution than the project that's being proposed. But to do that, we have to have transparency and we have to have engagement. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that was Mike? Yeah. Okay, thank you. So Cody again, and then Ann McLaughlin. Is Ann here? Oh, great.
Good evening, Commissioners. Ann Laughlin, District 5. The proposal to expand the dog park into an additional 10 acres of a natural area isn't obviously intended to appease the dog owners who can no longer will be able to take their dogs into off-leash areas that they were able to use before, but this plan to soften that blow is really abandons your mission and ignores the natural areas plan. The remnant maple basswood in the 10 acres under discussion is close to half of the maple basswood forest remnant that's left in Minneapolis. and the Natural Areas Plan recommends that more land in the park become managed natural areas, and the park board should prioritize preservation of this valuable forest remnant rather than sacrifice it for recreation. So we ask you to table this and hold a public hearing on this project, since it will clearly result in a change in the type, location, or extent of the current facility or service as defined by the park board. You're given that the project proposes to change the use of 10 acres of parkland. It's a huge change. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay Schmidt. And then after that is Michelle Garnes.
Thank you, Commissioners. I'm Jay Schmidt. I'm one of those people who've been going down to this dog park for 30 years with my dogs. I appreciate your openness to having discussions, but if you vote yes tonight, a fence is going to be built, and it's going to leave out the opportunities to make the conversations happen that need to happen. So I'm going to ask you to vote no on this, so that a public hearing, for whatever reason you chose not to have that, can happen, and that can be input with not just the Park Service, but some of the other property owners that need to be involved in this, because frankly, the maps that we're seeing up here and that were posted, they don't show the whole picture. I think maybe the map that was handed out will give you more of the picture, but there's other issues involved in that can only be surmounted by having broader discussions and input from the community. So thank you.
Thank you, Jay. Michelle, and then after that is Nicole Schroyer.
Hi, I'm Michelle Gerens. I live at 5525 36th Avenue South. I live in the area. I learned about this 4 days ago. I put a petition up online. So within 4 days, we've already gotten 1,200 some before this meeting of people that are really concerned about this. I think it was viewed over 5,000 times. So, 25% of the people were actively upset. And I did pass that around. There's a document of their names and everything like that within this. So I guess what I'm asking, first of all, is if any of you would like to walk the park and actually understand what is being lost for us as, people that have been in this park for over 30 years, myself 20, I would volunteer to walk you through. It's an amazing asset that we have for this city. It's unlike anything else that we have. It's my happy place. Some people like garden centers. I go here to meditate with my dog. I have an Irish setter. This dog takes a lot of activity. It's the only park I can take it to in the city. I also just want to make sure that we really understand what we're talking about. I think that the presentation today didn't do it justice. And so I want to make sure that you're really aware of what is at stake here for this city, because it's huge. So thank you.
Nicole, and then Mark Scaly.
Hi, my name is Nicole Schroyer. I live in Eagan, Minnesota. I actually moved to that area because of the Minnehaha Dog Park myself. I think it's a really unique area that is different than anywhere else in the country. We do a lot of road trips with our dog, and we've never seen another dog park like it. So I think it's a really nice gem as a part of our city that we'd like to maintain. But I think most importantly, as you guys have seen here today, there's a lot of confusion around what this entails, and it was a really quick timeline. And so I think that's why there's a lot of voices around either postponing it or saying no to it in its current form. I think there is a right for the public to have a public forum to provide our feedback. We haven't been included in the conversation, as they said, and I want to say thank you to Commissioner Schaefer for going and walking the area. I think that's going to be key. I know you guys can't do that for every project here. You have a lot on your plates, but I do think it really opens the eyes in terms of how special this place is as a part of Minneapolis. So thank you guys for all your work.
Thank you, Mark. And then Sarah Dixon is next.
I already presented.
Oh, you were earlier. Okay, thank you. Oh, no, I see you. Thank you, Mark. Sarah, and then after that is Claire Wright.
Hi, this is my first time speaking at something like this, and I'm a little bit of a nervous public speaker, but this is so important to me. It absolutely shouldn't be voted upon without public input. I know all of us here who love the dog park go there multiple times a week, if not every day. It is my happy place as well. It is the dog's happy place, and it's also I know a selling point on it was that it was for the safety of the dogs, but I don't think that's a valid point at all. I think that lessening the area that the dogs are allowed to play will really bottleneck all the dogs together, and that's when dog fights happen. That's when people get injured. One of the beauties of this dog park is that dogs can run, and dogs that aren't incredibly social can run and be by themselves and be in nature. And I think that taking away a dog park and the joy that it brings the dogs and the people without the input of the community is really a bad move.
Thank you, Sarah. Claire, and then I think it's Chris Jensen. Yeah, Chris.
Can I ask a question about that, the diagrams that we've been looking at?
Sorry, we're not in a question and answer, please.
Well, there
Sorry.
was no opportunity.
Sorry.
What I didn't understand is on those maps, does that, the off-leash area extend down to what we call the point? No.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's the part that's owned by the Historical Society? Correct. Did anybody talk to them? Okay.
That's why we need more.
Right, okay, so I guess that's just my point, you know, we should bring them in too. And that park has been fairly neglected through all the years. I've made many attempts to try and get someone even to fix the front gate, which the wires are all turned and, oh yeah, we'll do it, but it's still not fixed. And then also it's very slippery in the winter there. And there's definitely steps inside to go down that are dangerous. So I'm hoping as Minneapolis takes this step that we take care of those dangerous things as well.
Thank you, Chris. And then Marissa, I think it's Provo.
Good evening. I'm Chris Jensen. I have been going to the dog park since 1998. My late wife and I have been going 5 to 7 times a week in that time. Ms. Schaefer was kind enough to actually visit the dog park last night. I encountered her. I greatly commend you for coming to see what it might be, but I will also say you only went up to the second gate, and what is being used for the actual park, it goes, what's proposed is beyond that, and what is actually used goes way down beyond that. So you haven't seen, and I'm going to guess if Ms. Shaver went last night, that maybe the rest of you, I can suggest you go and see what's happening. There, the sign of the proposed project was put up last Monday night, September 23rd, 5 p.m. I know, I'm there every day. I was there. It was confusing. It took people a while, but yet 1,000 signatures on a petition, Save Our Park, are there today. That is in 5 days. People's hearts are in this park. The diagrams that were shown show an expansion of the park, and that's what's in the word. The reality is no. I've been coming since 1998. For the last 26 years, that area, that first area you go in, is off-leash. There hasn't been a person that's had a dog on there in the tens of thousands of dogs that I've seen. It's not done. What is it, the proposal says it's going to adjust to actual use. Well, the actual use extends south down to the peninsula. Now we know that that's the Minnesota Historical Society land. I have to propose that
Can you wrap it up, please?
we speak with the Minnesota Historical Society. If since 1998 I've been using that, I am a retired biology teacher, I'm a retired environmental science teacher. I know that peninsula and its ecology. Someone needs to speak with those people. If we're using their land, they have been saying no problem since 1998. Is that it's 26 years that I'm aware of. People are incensed. One of the regular patrons is Governor Waltz. Governor Waltz comes 3 times a week. I know because I see him. Everybody sees him.
Chris, I apologize. You need to wrap up.
It's in his heart. This is an important part of his life, enough that he is coming with Secret Service protection now. It's that important. It's that important to me. It's that important to these people. The changes that are proposed are drastically changing what is now used.
Thank you,
It
Chris.
needs to be some kind of analysis of how is it being used, what can be done so that it could continue or modify.
Chris?
I will say one more thing. The protected prairie area, I'm an ecologist. I recognize that. The fence is incomplete. It needs to be extended so that area of the prairie is protected.
Thank you so much. Marissa, and then after that is Dan Hogan.
Yes, that's going to be a hard one to go after, but I agree with everything being said. It feels like there's not transparency on this. There's a lot of questions. One thing I've always liked about Minneapolis is listening to the people, and I think if you guys vote for this tonight, it feels like our voices are being stripped and not heard. And I love this dog park. It is our family's happy place. My dogs love it. Taking this away would be taking a lot from Minneapolis.
Thank you. Dan Hogan, and then after that is Barb Allen.
I appreciate the time tonight. I just want to reiterate what everyone's been saying. It's just really disheartening to see the lack of detail in this plan, especially given the timeline that's been presented. It really seems like our voices are not wanted as the actual park goers. There's also one specific comment I just wanted to touch on. Someone mentioned that everybody there is just letting their dogs run in the off-leash/on-leash areas where, my wife and I consistently have our dogs leashed to a certain point and then let them off, and as we're leaving, we leash them before we're out of the park, and there's a lot of people that do that, so I think that's a common misconception. I just wanted to make that clear. Thank you.
Barb Allen, and then after that is, Chris. I'm sorry, Chris, I can't read your writing, but anyway, Cusack?
Hello, I'm Barb. I'm a regular park patron. I've been going down there for 20 years. I consider myself a good patron of the park. I'm constantly cleaning. You fence that crap off, there's going to be garbage down there. There's a flood zone. I personally myself have picked up over 40 bags of trash in that area last year. I'm on bag 20 this year. It's a lot of trash that just is in the park constantly. And that's what the deer, that's what the birds, that's what the fish are going to see. All those bottle caps, those straws, the syringes that we pick up, not to mention all the other crap that goes along with it. It took about 20 people all day to clean the shoreline because of all the bottle caps, straws, and syringes. And that was just one time. But we're down there every day cleaning up this trash. I would hate to see all that hard work go to hell because we're no longer able to get down there and clean.
So then Chris, and then after that is Eric Skinner.
Good evening, Chris Cusack, 4436 45th Avenue South. I'm a user of this dog park. I've been using it for the past 6 years or so. I love going there. If this fence is built, it'll be a significant detriment to my habits, to what I do with my dog, to running her and getting her good exercise. I know that's true for a lot of folks here and a lot of folks who aren't here. My main concern here tonight is how quick this process has gone. I don't believe this project meets the informed level of engagement. The de facto use of this park is much larger than the 6 or 16 acres. I understand that's off the park board's land. I understand that presents a conflict for you with the neighboring property owners. However, ignoring that and messaging it as if it's a growth of the dog park and that this isn't going to have a significant impact on people's use, on your constituents' use of this facility, ignores the truth. And I would urge you to vote no tonight and do more outreach and engage the folks who this is going to affect. Thank you.
Eric, and then Dan Hool.
Hi, my name is Eric Skinner. Excuse me, I live in the Longfellow Park neighborhood. Thank you for the opportunity to share. Please vote no on this dog park resolution and allow for a public hearing. My wife and I call this our church. It's where I proposed. It's where we decided to get married. It's a very special place to us. As you can see, I'm passionate enough about this to interrupt my kids' bedtime to share my position. While there have been voices of 1,000 people signing petitions and arguing, hey, we need a public hearing for this, clearly within a week there's not been enough time for due diligence to provide that. There's a lot of potential discussion here, and in my opinion, there are actually some improvements that I do agree with in this plan. However, I think without a public hearing, it's extremely difficult to articulate that within the 60 seconds that I have. Please engage your constituents prior to making decisions, and thank you for the time.
Thank you. Dan Poole, and then after that is Megan Malloy, I think. Are you Megan? Okay, so Dan, is it Dan here? Megan, come forward then.
My name is Megan McCoy. I'm a Tangletown resident and have been coming to the dog park for the past 3 years. We bring our 2 dogs there and recently just started bringing her daughter. She's 8 weeks old and it is a really special place for our family. I reiterate what everyone has said today. This is a very special place for us, and I urge that you work with the public to understand how we use the space and what we can do to continue to make it better while preserving the natural land. So I appreciate the opportunity to vote no on this today and to allow us to have more conversation about how we can move this project forward in a more productive way for those that use the park. Thank you.
Thank you. Kelly Dusan. Is Kelly here? Oh, thank you.
Somebody left their phone. I just wanted to reiterate that I agree with much of what has been said. I'll just stick to different topics that haven't been mentioned, and one of them is the visual blight of a fence, and also the effects that parceling up land and fencing it into little sections, the effect that has on wildlife. You are cutting off access to the water, or certainly limiting quite a bit, and that's something that goes along with the environment and ecology, and it doesn't seem anyone's touched on that. I'd also like to really point out again that the timeline of 1 week after decades of use this way, why is this suddenly an urgent issue that you are ramming through? I don't know if you have made any effort to deal with MNHS or the National Park Service, but we certainly deserve time to make those contacts ourselves and work with them. Thank you.
So Dan Hooley and Cody Oliver, either one of you there, here, there, I believe. And Kelly, you just spoke.
I'm Cody Oliver.
Oh, Cody, go for it.
So I have a few quick questions. I suppose if you all, you're saying that you're protecting the neighbor's land. Why aren't they the ones putting the fence up? If they don't want us on their land, wouldn't they be putting the fence up? Why are we taking this strange initiative out of the blue to protect their land for them? I don't understand that. I also think that $70,000 is a lot of money. Let's take that money to improve what's existing there and what's working well. Let's put it towards that rather than cutting the park in half. You're the Parks Department. You're supposed to encourage the parks to be better, not to limit them. Additionally, so if it's not about the neighbors wanting us to protect their land, maybe it's about protecting the land from like dogs and walking all over it. Well, how are we protecting the natural landscape by putting a fence right through the middle of it? What about all the animals that are going through there? You're cutting off these animals' access through there. There's a number of problems with it. I apologize, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Cody. One more time is Dan Hooley. Dan? Not seeing Dan here. Then we'll close our open time and move to back to our discussion. And I believe that Commissioner Thompson was up, and all the other lights on. Go for it.
Thank you, President Forney. Can I have some questions again about this project? Sorry. Thank you. Thank you so much. I hope whoever left their phone got it. You had mentioned that this was, or alluded to the fact that it was requested by other agencies to help us enforce the off-leash area. Is that correct?
President Forney, Commissioner Thompson, yes, that's correct. Of what I understand, for over a decade now, the Minnesota Historical Society and National Park Service have been reaching out to MPRB staff to better manage off-leash dogs and the off-leash dog park area.
So is this, when you say the word enforcement, I guess I'll just turn the phrase around. That's to say that the dogs are off-leash in an on-leash area, correct?
President Forney and Commissioner Thompson, if I understand your question correctly, I don't believe I used the word enforcement. I believe I used the word manage.
Yeah.
And so really the issue being off-leash dogs accessing property that is not owned or maintained by MPRB. Does that answer your question?
That does answer my question on that one. Thank you. Sorry, I have lots of notes and I can't remember which ones are for you. So this was being requested of us by the DNR, or excuse me, by the National Park Service?
President Forney and Commissioner Thompson, it's being requested in large part, yes, by the National Park Service and the Minnesota Historical Society.
Excellent.
Neither of which have indicated any desire to dispose of any of their property or grant an easement for the operation of a dog park on their property.
That's very helpful. Thank you. And I just want, for all of those that are here, I have been in this area many times, and I walked it like Commissioner Schaefer has, and I have thoughts on the other side, to be plain, of the wildlife impact. I was there, I saw deer, and then a dog came bounding in and scared the deer away. So there are two sides to every story, and I think that in our due diligence, we are trying to make the best of this situation, given that our partners, our land neighbors have requested this. I will support it. Thank you.
Vice President Abeni?
Thank you, President Forney. I first just, I guess, would like to comment that I personally really need to respect the requests of the adjacent property owners. That's really important to me, that the park board doesn't perpetuate a land use that's impacting another entity's property, because the park board would not like it if it was reversed. The other comment is, I've had dogs. I love dogs. I might be more of a cat person, but I do love them. But not everybody does. And some of the largest complaints we get, not in this area in particular, but is when people have dogs off leash in neighborhood parks. People do freak out sometimes. There are other users of these spaces that don't understand, they don't know the dog and they're not comfortable around the dog. So the comments about the fencing, yeah, the fencing's important to contain that use. And it's a sacrifice that the wildlife are being asked to make in those spaces because they can't get there. And so what we're saying then is, for this use, which I support this use, continuing a dog park in this location, but we're asking the wildlife to take an impact. And so what we're also trying to do, I think, is minimize the impact to the wildlife in that particularly magnificent space. So the other comment is, I guess one question I have for Carol is the delineation of the proposed fence line. Some of that is part of the reason why that area was selected along the property line, because that is a requirement for the Park Service to fund it, or could it be moved in? And here's where I'm going. I am actually concerned about leaving remnant spaces that aren't accessible for any use. I don't have this topography down, but if the current beach area or whatever, that shore area, is no longer very accessible to anybody, I don't like the idea of remnant spaces, and I'm concerned that maybe the dog park as proposed is too large. So are we trying to also align this new fence on the property boundary is that one of the driving factors about choosing the way we've proposed to fence it?
President Forney, Commissioner Abeni, thanks for your question. The choice to select the largely along the property boundary really is an effort to understand and respond to known concern and emotions around a feeling of loss that we knew to expect from dog park users. If you are referring to the small segment of fence that would prevent access to the area to the north of the dog park, that again would be there to protect sensitive and managed natural areas.
Okay, Commissioner Olson, I think you're next. I apologize if I've gotten everybody out of order.
Yeah, so I will be voting against this, and it's for one simple reason. Who put us in these seats? Who gave us the responsibility over this area? Was it the Minnesota Historical Society? Was it the National Park Service? No, it was our constituents. And 99% of them do not want this. None of them are asking for this. And as one mentioned, if these other organizations so badly want this area fenced off, they should do it themselves. We don't have to be the ones implementing this because our constituents do not want it. And it is indeed a really important crown jewel of our park system. I use it quite frequently with my dog. I really like it because, as another constituent mentioned, it's really nice for dogs who are kind of anxious to have this extra space. And they go in, and we are really, really making a small space by cutting it off. And if the Historical Society wants to do that, then they can do it. But we should not be taking this away from our constituents. And one of them is Tim Walls, and he was just there the other day with a big account. And so, you know, even if you still think that it's really important that we take this away from our constituents, I would say that you should absolutely agree that this is not a consent item, and it's something that at this point clearly rises to a much higher level, particularly when you consider the de facto use of the space as opposed to some demarcated lines that have not really been relevant for the last 30 years. And I will just say, as far as the prairie remnant, it is important that we, you know, totally fence that off, although in all my years of going, I have not seen a single dog in that area. It's not appealing for folks to go there. Even the fence, they go in, we kind of go down to the beach, and then there's some kind of areas in the woods with some different paths that kind of lead down to the end that folks use. A lot of folks don't go up into that prairie area. And so when we're also talking about nature, yeah, okay, a deer was scared off by a dog, but a lot of animals, you know, go around at night. If we fence off and have everything close off, as another constituent mentioned, that's going to be awful for movement of animals, and it's going to create a lot of fractured different areas that have no biological value for the greater landscape. And so I would just kind of urge all of you, all of my fellow commissioners here, to please consider what our constituents want and what they're asking for, and to prioritize them in this decision, not the Minnesota Historical Society.
Commissioner Mance for a second time.
I also frequent this area. Thank you, President Forney. I've been there many times. I do have different opinions about the space for my own dogs because my dog doesn't like to come back to me. So I'm always terrified that he's just going to end up down the river or something. But I don't think that we can support this as a board because it just feels like bad governance. So I don't know where the leadership comes in to put things on the consent agenda, or where we lose touch with our constituents so badly that we misinterpret the importance of a space. I'm not saying that we shouldn't change this space. I'm not even saying we shouldn't put the fencing in. But this is real quick, and our constituents deserve to have input. And if there's one thing I have done on this board as an elected, it's that we need to trust our citizens, and we need to turn over the keys a little bit more, and this is a great example of where that we can do that. So I will be voting no to this resolution. Hopefully we'll get a better plan.
Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, President Forney. So I've had a lot of contacts from people over the years about this space. I was originally elected to office in 2013. I was sworn in 2014. And almost immediately, people started reaching out to me about encounters they had had with off-leash dogs outside of the off-leash dog area. And this is largely due to a effort by our neighboring landowners to change the traditional land use or historical land use that had been occurring in those places and starting to make them an amenity. That amenity is a national park space. It is a Minnesota Historical Society location that also is a sacred space for the indigenous people of Minnesota. And they have all expressed to us at the park board that they want to see off-leash dogs remain within the boundaries of the off-leash dog park, or at a minimum, within the boundaries of the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board property in this location. Not a whole lot was done to achieve that, other than changes in signage, gov delivery pushes reminding people that they needed to leash their dogs outside the space, and those were ineffective. We continued to receive complaints, and they've continued to reach out and ask us to do something about it. And that's not just the park system, but it's also other users that don't use the park for an off-leash dog use at all. And they want to be able to use it in a way where they feel safe, and they don't feel safe around dogs off-leash. And that's part of why state parks require you to have your dog leashed. They want to be welcoming. They want to make sure that people feel safe. And part of that is ensuring that animals are under the control of their owners when they're in those spaces. We don't manage these other lands. What we do manage is the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board owned lands. And what we're trying to do with this resolution, I believe, is to make it very clear to people where the off-leash dog park is that we created and that we maintain and that we operate, so that our neighbors are not dealing with the unintended impacts of the fact that we chose to make a dog park without actually designating visually any way that there's a dog park and where it is, other than to say, there's a dog park here, and here's a sign, figure it out for yourselves. That was unfair to people, to allow the assumption that all land in that general vicinity was an off-leash dog park. It may be used that way by people, but that's not what it is. We did ask our partner agencies if they'd be open to an expansion of the dog park onto their property, and the answer was no. People can take that up with them directly if they'd like, but the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board was unable to make any headway in that regard with our partners. And at this time, I'd like to propose an amendment to this resolution, and to do so, because I missed the deadline for submitting it, I'd like to make a motion to suspend the rules for the purpose of considering this resolution. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, discussion on that?
There is no discussion on
Oh, thank
suspension
you.
of the rules.
That's right.
It's a
Thank you.
roll call vote.
Okay, all those in favor of suspending the rules?
Roll call. It's a roll call vote.
Thank you.
Yeah.
The secretary, please call the roll.
Commissioner Alper,
No.
Commissioner Menz,
No.
Commissioner Musich,
Aye.
Commissioner Olson,
No.
Commissioner Rucker,
Aye.
Commissioner Schaefer,
Aye.
Commissioner Thompson,
Aye.
Vice President Abeni,
Aye.
President Forney.
Aye.
You have 6 ayes, 3 nays.
Thank you. We have suspended the rules to listen to your amendment.
Thank you. At this time, I will make a motion to amend Resolution 2024-205. I would like to add the following language to the existing recitals. Whereas mapping of natural resources and rare species of Carver, Hennepin, and Scott counties is prepared by the Minnesota County Biological Survey and is published by the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources in 1998, identifies an area of maple basswood forest I messed this up. Sorry. In and near the existing proposed off-leash recreation area. Whereas the MPRB's Natural Resources Management Plan, Phase 2, June 2021, identifies approximately the same area as a portion of Minnehaha Park worthy of restoration. And then also add the following resolve clause. Resolve, the Board of Commissioners directs staff to conduct a field review of conditions identified by the mapping of the natural resources and rare species of Carver, Hennepin, and Scott counties and the MPRB's Natural Resources Management Plan Phase 2, and adjust fencing proposed for the off-leash recreation area to avoid sensitive plant species to the greatest degree practicable. May I speak to the resolution, President Forney?
Would you like a second first?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Second?
Yes, go right ahead.
Wonderful, thank you. The reason that I'm bringing this forward this evening is because the language of the current resolution did not spell this out, that this would be part of what was going to be done. Staff are interested in continuing to support the work that's called for in the Natural Resources Management Plan, and I wanted to make sure that it was clear in the resolution that this work would occur in addition to the fencing proposal.
To the motion, Commissioner Albert?
Yes. So I voted no to suspending the rules to hearing this amendment, not because, I think the content is quite worthy, so appreciate you bringing this forward. I wanted to make sure you know that. But honestly, I would think that we as a board hold the resolutions that come before us to a higher standard. And so even with this one, to conduct a field review and adjust the fencing proposed, those all have a financial impact. And I know this board cares about that. And so I'm kind of astounded that nobody here spoke to the original resolution and the fact that the amount of funding that's proposed to be spent does not match the language of the resolution does not match what has been in the Star Tribune, what was in the presentation to us today. And so I find that concerning because that is what I see as the number one responsibility that we here have as a board, to guide and steward the finances that we have as an organization. So I find that unfortunate. And I'm just going to use my time here to just conclude my thoughts since you're on me. So thank you, if that's all right. So I represent District 3. District 3 is an area with extensive fencing. Extensive. You think Franklin and Cedar, all up and down Franklin under the underpasses. Any vacant lot is full of fencing. And you know what? Doesn't work at all. Doesn't work. People, just like what Commissioner Schaefer said, that there are holes in the existing fence that we have at the dog park. There are holes in the existing fences that have been put up around my neighborhood. And it's ugly and it looks horrible, and we have spent thousands, tens of thousands of dollars on a project that accomplishes virtually nothing. And I would say it's akin to cutting down the trees to try to get rid of the squirrels. So I think that's in essence what we're doing with this project, and therefore I'm going to be voting no tonight.
Commissioner Olson to the amendment.
Yeah, so to the kind of financial and staff implications, maybe Assistant Superintendent Barrick, perhaps? I'm not sure whose purview this reporting would be under, but my question is exactly, at this point, how many staff hours do we estimate that this amendment would add to their workload? If there's anyone who can answer that for me, I would appreciate it.
President Forney, Commissioner Olson, and Commissioners. In looking at the amendment, I don't know. It could be as simple as a site meeting with the right people looking at the plans and the current conditions, coming up with a solution, and then, cost estimating that change. So I would guess anywhere from 4 hours to 20. I would think, somewhere in there. But again, this is just a guess off of.
Yeah, no, totally. Yeah, it's obviously a last minute thing here. This has all been kind of quick, so don't expect completely precise answers, but I think that just goes to the point that this is all a bit premature, and we don't have a full understanding and implication of how this would strain our already overstrained and overburdened staff and resources to determine how to mitigate something that we don't even necessarily need to do in the first place. And so that's why I would be voting against this specific amendment until we kind of get further details. And also my other concern here is that, yes, this additional fencing, this additional off-leash area would be to mitigate, obviously, the significant loss that folks would be feeling by losing access down the beach along the Minnesota Historical Society area to the point there. But if we do this process and we go through and we will find valuable species, which I'm sure we will, basically opening that up to any sort of human and dog activity will be a disturbance. And so I could see it very easily be found that this new proposed area should not be implemented at all. And then we're left with almost no dog park at all. And it's a complete loss of this space and utilization for our constituents. And so I get the intention of this, and I think it is placed in the heart and the logic of it is in the right area, but at this point, I just don't think it is up to muster with typically what we expect of ourselves at the park board.
Thank you. Commissioner Thompson?
Thank you, President Forney. Per the amendment, which is what we're speaking toward, many of us on this dais right now were yesterday at the, I don't know if you could call it the Badote tour, the tour of various sacred spaces to our Native American population. And this is certainly, were it not cut off by 55, 62, Fort Snelling, all the like, would be part of that as it extends. In fact, where we were literally extends by path through this area back into Minnehaha Falls. I personally, Becca Thompson, my sensibilities are not to put up a fence because I would like to see the natural resources protected as they are intended to at current. The fence is really at 2.5 times the size plus, enlarging the dog park. I agree with this resolution, or excuse me, with this amendment, that I think it's important at the same time to understand the impacts. And I've already stated this, but I'll just state it again. I don't understand the purpose of a public hearing. I'm fine with accepting this today because of the fact that we are giving neighbors the totality of our legal space. And that to me is a lot because we're fencing off our neighbors, which we've established they asked us to do and they're paying for. So thank you for this amendment, Commissioner Musich.
Commissioner Schaefer?
Yes, I just would like to clarify from staff that the resolution will have the financial updates clarified before it is filed in our library, if this motion passes. Would that be project manager? Maybe she left, had to leave.
President Forney, Commissioner Schaefer, we will do that.
Okay, thank you. And then the other thing I just would like to say is, just for me as a commissioner, if there are any other areas in our park system, in the whole park system, that have been kind of grandfathered into a kind of use that is not in compliance with our standards, all of our dog parks, as far as I'm aware, are all fenced in. And so it becomes very painful for the community and for us as commissioners representing that community when we have inconsistencies like this within our system. And I'm sorry to hear that Commissioner Musich has been dealing with this for a decade. When we have inconsistencies like this between our policy and common use, we need to clean it up. And that's my message for myself and for all of us in the room, that I am sorry that this was not dealt with sooner, but I think it is the right decision and the hard decision. And would like to see if there's any other situations like this flushed out now.
Vice President Abeni to the amendment.
Yes, to the amendment, I think I support this. I support making sure that we understand the impacts to the natural resources and conform as much as we can to the natural resources management plan that's already been adopted. I'm a little uncomfortable with some aspects of this where we don't have all the detail, but I do have a question perhaps for Assistant Superintendent Schroeder, but I want to speak to the Minnesota Historical Society land. Why would they own land? Like, do they typically own land? They don't host parks and things, or some certain sites are park sites and things like that?
For sure, that's what they own, a flood zone. I think you've got a whole misconception of the space that we're
Okay.
asking for. We're not asking for up above.
Excuse me?
President Forney, Commissioner Benny, I can't speak to the ownership of the Historical Society. And in the last probably 2.5 years, our more direct contact has been with the National Park Service. And
I
that
see.
has been extensive for a period, I think, of probably 2 or 2.5 years as we've been trying to move this forward.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, Council Rice, yes.
To Commissioner, Madam President, to Commissioner Benny's question, our recollection on this, because the Park Board was involved in extensive litigation at Fort Snelling because of the land we own at the Lehman Field and the golf course, other properties there. The Historical Society obtained that property back in the 1950s when it took over the Fort Snelling property. And they were arranged to, the legislature, my recollection is, gave them title to the property, which is pretty extensive, but it's related to the reconstruction of Fort Snelling, which was probably one of their first major land pieces. And in fact, the Historical Society owns property throughout the state on a fairly large scale, actually. They tend to be buildings, but they do own other tracts of land throughout the state, and they're because of history. Yeah. And obviously that land that's where the United States government came and set up the fort, and really shortly after the Louisiana Purchase, and established a presence of the U.S. Army and surveyed the area, and has been there since.
Thank you for that clarification. Not seeing any other lights, I will then, I think maybe it's best for us to do a roll call on the amendment to the resolution. Secretary, please call the roll.
Commissioner Alper,
No.
Commissioner Menz.
Aye.
Pardon me, was that nay or aye?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Olson.
No.
Commissioner Rucker.
Aye.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Aye.
Commissioner Thompson.
Aye.
Vice President Benny.
Aye.
President Forney.
Aye.
You have 7 ayes, 2 nays.
That action carries, so on to the main resolution. Not seeing any other lights and everything. I'll take a roll call vote then on the resolution, amended resolution.
Commissioner Alper.
No.
Commissioner Menz.
No.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Olson.
No.
Commissioner Rucker.
Aye.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Aye.
Commissioner Thompson.
Aye.
Vice President Benny.
Aye.
President Forney.
Aye.
You have 6 ayes, 3 nays.
That action carries. We will move then on to administration and finance. I don't know who is. Oh, Commissioner Rucker, thank you.
No, you're,
Nope. As far as the resolution, if you'd like to move that, go for it.
You can just start now.
All right. We'll move Resolution 2024-189. Resolution requesting the Board of Commissioners to authorize staff to enter into a consent to improvements with Xcel Energy to construct and operate a public trail over an existing Xcel Energy easement and to allow Xcel Energy access to that existing easement within Orvin, OLE, Olson Park, within Above the Falls Regional Park.
I will second that.
Okay, any discussion? Any discussion? Not seeing any lights. We'll take a roll call on this if the secretary will please call a roll.
Commissioner Elper.
Aye.
Commissioner Menz.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Olson.
Aye.
Commissioner Rucker.
Aye.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Aye.
Commissioner Thompson.
Aye.
Vice President Benny.
Aye.
President Forney.
Aye.
You have 9 ayes.
That action carries. Then on to unfinished business. If somebody would like to read that resolution. Excuse me.
I'll read Resolution 2024-206. Resolution amending the 2024, 26, and 27 capital improvement program to transfer $600,000 of 2024 O&M lottery proceeds and $453,000 of 2024 Parks and Trails funds for a total of $1,053,000 from Victory Worth Memorial Parkway Regional Trail Plan implementation to Above the Falls Regional Park Upper Harbor Terminal implementation, and to transfer a total of $1,053,000 of 2026 and 27 Parks and Trails funds from Above the Falls Regional Park Plan implementation to Victory Worth Memorial Parkway Regional Trail Plan implementation.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Any discussion? Not seeing any lights. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That action carries. Okay, we are now going to be having then a 2024 organization-wide market-based wage study. Oh, excuse me, Commissioner Mann?
Yes, I'd just like to inform the board, I have a personal matter. I'll be leaving, and hopefully coming back, I'll watch the wage opener later.
Thanks.
Okay. And we now have Annie McBurney, our advisor on compensation. Welcome.
Look it up here.
Thanks.
That's a great question.
When are we?
Maybe on here, Annie.
No, I don't know. I saw it earlier.
I just changed the title from competitive to market-based. My apologies.
We're having a little technical difficulty, just
Yes,
for people to
sorry,
know.
I apologize.
It's
That was my
not that we're
oversight.
silent.
Oh, then I removed my notes, but that's
Yay, we see something.
Yay. I apologize for that.
Okay. Hello, and thank you for your time here. I am Annie McBurney, Compensation and Job Classification Analyst with NPRB HR. If you'll recall, I presented to you a few months ago regarding an overview of compensation and practices. I'm here this evening to expand upon that original topic. Is this better?
Yes.
Okay,
Thank you.
sorry.
It's a good shotgun.
Okay. Starting early this summer, NPRB has been working to establish a new compensation philosophy, and one aspect of that philosophy includes a market-based approach to wages. As you see on the slide, one of the key strategies to that end is to attract, retain, and engage the high-quality talent needed to fulfill its mission. NPRB will endeavor to set its wage scales and compensation structures at competitive levels in the labor markets from which it draws talent and to which it potentially loses talent. So what is market-based pay? World at Work is the gold standard for compensation practitioners, and they describe market-based pay as utilizing pay statistics from relevant labor markets to establish pay ranges. I want to emphasize relevant labor markets. These comprise organizations of comparable size and with jobs comparable to ours that require a comparable skill set. For NPRB, we prefer government entities, but we can also draw talent from the private sector, so we may include non-governmental organizations when appropriate. We'll get back to this in a bit. These compensation statistics come from salary surveys. Compensation survey companies send out these salary surveys, including job descriptions, to participating organizations, and participating organizations match the survey job duties and qualifications to their internal positions' job descriptions. Participating organizations report what the actual salaries are for individual employees in those roles. NPRB does participate in these surveys when possible. Third-party survey companies collect hundreds, if not thousands, of data points reflecting the actual pay rates for a job description. Participating organizations match their job descriptions to survey job descriptions and report actual pay rates of workers in those jobs. The survey companies report the central tendency statistic for each job's pay data. Since the salary surveys report on actual pay rather than pay ranges, the 50th percentile, or the median of the data, is usually what organizations use to set their own internal ranges. This cuts out a lot of the outliers and lets organizations know if they're over, under, or close to the market median. It's a good reflection of the cost of labor across the relevant market. I'm intentionally using the cost of labor here. This is how much a company has to spend in order to attract and retain their labor or talent. It's based on supply and demand. How big is a candidate pool, and what do we have to offer to qualified candidates? If there is a large candidate pool and there is less competition, the wage rates may be lower. For highly specialized positions, there are fewer candidates, which may force the pay scale higher. Cost of living is another thing entirely. It reflects the cost of a market basket of goods and services the average consumer typically pays for. Cost of living affects the supply of labor willing to work at a given wage level, which can drive up the cost of labor. Geographic wage differentials do exist. The Twin Cities labor costs are about 7.5% above the national average for comparable jobs. So there is a relationship between cost of living and cost of labor, but they are not the same. Compensation doesn't use cost of living primarily because it's a consumer index, not a labor index. It can be much more volatile and fluctuate up and down inconsistently. Companies can't budget like that. NPRB can't raise taxes every time the cost of living goes up. Alternatively, if or when the cost of living goes down, NPRB doesn't lower wages and in fact may outpace the CPI in those times. Returning to our market pay philosophy, let's talk about market position, where NPRB wants to set its wages and salaries relative to the market median. As I said earlier, most companies look to the market median and establish their range from there. But because NPRB has wage step progressions instead of traditional salary ranges, the current recommendation for our long-term goal is to have the top of our steps be 5 to 10% higher than that market median. We're looking at the top step for a couple reasons. Because we have a step increase structure for our pay ranges, our employees move through our pay ranges faster than in many other companies or organizations. We also have a lot of longevity and retention here, which results in the majority of our employees being paid at or near the top step. Since market data uses actual pay, this approach will position the typical NPRB wage above that market median. And we establish 5 to 10% above market as our target range because it is above market without raising the cost of labor excessively. A large part of this study involves a competitive market review of our positions. Through an RFP process, NPRB has contracted an outside consultant to perform this review. The consultant started by helping firm up our compensation philosophy and strategy. Then, using that as a platform, the consultant established a market peer group, collected the necessary data, and is analyzing 188 NPRB positions against the resulting market data. The consultant researched data sources and ultimately relied upon several different survey sources. The League of Minnesota Cities puts out a survey annually, and that was the primary source. The consultant pulled out a pure extract of data from that survey to benchmark many of our positions against other regional employers. The National Recreation and Parks Association compensation survey is being used by the consultant to look at their large organization data for executive and director level roles. The consultant is also using the Bureau of Labor Statistics, which is the Department of Labor's research hub, and there again is pulling data specific to the Twin Cities metro area for non-executive jobs. MRA is a professional association which NPRB is a member of. The consultant is using their benchmarking survey and a couple of occupation-specific surveys for trades and IT jobs. He's also looking at an executive compensation survey. For the peer data from the League of Minnesota Cities, the consultant is including cities that have a population of 50,000 or more and the 6 metro county areas, as well as the Three Rivers Park District and the Metropolitan Council. Participating in these surveys is voluntary, and the City of St. Paul did not participate this year, so their data is not included. After looking at hundreds of jobs and corresponding market data, the consultant is finding that overall NPRB is in pretty good shape. Many of our jobs are at or close to that target position of 5 to 10% over market pricing. The consultant is finding that some positions are lower than market and some are significantly higher, but we expected to see some variation along those lines when we entered into this endeavor. The consultant is taking particular care to see how 33 NPRB jobs compare to the City of Minneapolis. There are only 33 here because by nature of NPRB's relationship with the city, there isn't significant overlap of responsibility. General functions such as finance and IT have job matches across both, but the majority of NPRB positions simply don't exist in the city because we do that work here instead. Overall, the consultant is finding that we pay competitive or higher pay rates than they do at the city for similar jobs and skill sets. Specifically, the consultant has identified 4 positions are paid more than 10% higher than the city, and only 1 is paid 10% lower. So what do we do from here? Well, we do anticipate some things will change and some will continue. We will continue to bargain in good faith with our unions. Our labor is one of our greatest assets and we value those relationships. We will not reduce any pay based on this study. Incumbents in roles that have pay scales above the market will not have their pay lowered. NPRB is dedicated to moving our pay scales into that target above market zone, but we acknowledge this won't happen overnight. Budgets, collective bargaining, labor costs, and market movements are all active considerations. In the coming days, we are meeting with directors and labor management to share this with them as well. Once the consultant has finished the full analysis and compiled the data findings, we will share that too. In the coming weeks and months, we will review the data and recommendations provided by the consultant to determine the best path forward. We'll work in partnership with our management and with labor to make the necessary adjustments. We'll work with impacted employees individually, though we don't have that timeline in place yet. In the long term, we are going to keep monitoring market positions to inform our compensation planning and budgeting. We have plans to acquire more comparative data, and we'll track specific hot jobs and more niche roles to maintain those matches. This type of data is constantly changing, so we will be analyzing and reviewing matches, data, and market changes on an ongoing basis, using the results of this study as a foundation and building up from there. I can take some questions, though I may not be able to answer everything. However, I can take notes and pass those on to our consultants. for answers, if anyone has questions.
Commissioner Olson. Excuse me.
Yeah, so, was every position, like, were management and executive positions included in this as well? Okay.
Yes.
And will we be able to have access to kind of the more granular details about what jobs are above and are below, or do we just kind of get the broad sweeps here? I'd like to kind of see more specifics.
I believe we will have the we'll have more specific data available. I'm not entirely sure what that will look like yet, as the consultant is still compiling it.
Great, thank you.
Vice President Benny.
Thank you, President Forney. I just want to say thank you. Thank you you presented a lot to us, but in a short period of time, and I appreciate that. But I think this is just so important that this is ongoing, work, that we understand that where we land in the market, because we want to be an attractive employer and a fair employer with happy people who work here and all those things. Oh, darn, the other thing that I was going to say just flew right out of my head. Darn it, maybe I'll put the light back on. Sorry about that.
I too, I say thank you so much for this, and it's happy is all relative and everything, but knowing that we are in the market and comparable, I think is really important for everyone to know. It gives me confidence, and I appreciate all the work. Not seeing any other lights, I then am going to go to petitions and communications, and I will start with Commissioner Elper. That's okay?
Pass.
Okay, Commissioner Olson?
Pass.
Commissioner Musich?
I'll pass.
Commissioner Thompson?
Pass.
Commissioner Schaefer?
Pass.
Oh, my goodness, Vice President Abene?
I'll pass.
Oh, okay, well, I'll just say a few things. First of all, we had an awesome training yesterday. I just really applaud, staff for putting it together, and it just truly was, I believe, a very powerful thing for all of us, and so I appreciate that. I just want to acknowledge that on the 15th, we will be having a committee of the whole, and that is about our Indigenous acknowledgement training. And I forgot to say that we opened Graco. Exciting. For me, it's a really powerful thing. As I keep telling everybody, it's our patchwork quilt that we are sewing together, and I keep on saying it. I believe I'm going to see it woven together in my lifetime, so it's very, very exciting to see that space activated in such a way. And then I also would like everybody to send us some really, really strong, positive light on the 9th in Atlanta. We are going to be at the NRPA conference, and we will be winning at that point in time the gold medal. Well, please send out that positive energy, everybody. So that's at the 9th, and that's going to be our time. It's 8:30. So just, like I say, send all the positive you can. So I'm very excited about that. I don't believe I had anything else to say, but on that, then I will adjourn and move us on to Operations and Environment.
The time being 6:48 p.m., I'll call the Operations and Environment Committee to order. Secretary Ringgold, can you please take the roll?
Commissioner Benny.
Present.
Commissioner Commissioner Menz. Absent. Commissioner Rucker.
Here.
Vice Chair Alper.
Here.
Chair Musich.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. At this time, I would entertain a motion to approve our agenda.
I'm going to approve the agenda.
Thank you very much. Seeing no lights for discussion, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries, and we do have an agenda. We have some committee meeting minutes from September 4th of 2024. Can someone move those, please?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Benny. Seeing no lights for discussion, I will take that to a vote. All those in favor of adopting our minutes, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries, and we've adopted our minutes. Thanks so much. This evening, we have before us a resolution. I would like to ask Commissioner Abeni to move this resolution, because I know she's very excited about it this evening. Take it away.
Thank you, Chair Musich. I'd like to move Resolution 2024-192, resolution adopting the City of Minneapolis and Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board Stormwater Management Program and authorizing the submittal of the Stormwater Management Program to the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency.
Thank you so very much. We now have a resolution before us. We're joined this evening by our staff. Supervisor Crabb, I think you're a supervisor. Good, I got it right, excellent. She manages our water resources here in the city and helps us understand the science of water. And we are thrilled to hear from you this evening about what's coming around stormwater management in the parks with our partnership with the city. So if you could bring us up to speed, that'd be great.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich and committee members. As you heard, I'm here today to present on the 2024 Stormwater Management Program that is before you today for your adoption. And as you heard this spring, Environmental Management Director Deb Pilger presented an update to you on MPRB's stormwater work. So some of the things you'll be hearing tonight are the updates that are the progressing work that she talked to you about this spring. So tonight, I'll be refreshing the board on what the NPDES federal permit is, what the Stormwater Management Program, otherwise known as the SWAMP, is. I'll give you a little bit of an overview of the framework of the document, dive into one chapter to demonstrate just a couple of specifics, update you on accomplishments we've had to date under our new permit, discuss a few next steps, and what the board will see upon adoption of the 2024 SWAMP. So as a quick reminder, the NPDES permit, or National Pollutant Discharge and Elimination System permit, it's a federal stormwater permit that's required by the Clean Water Act. And in the state of Minnesota, the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency administers this permit. MPRB and the city jointly hold the permit, and MPRB is actually part of this permit because we own a portion of the storm sewer system. The permit regulates runoff into local surface waters to reduce the impacts of pollution. So this is a non-point source pollution permit, and just as a reminder, this is the type of pollution of everything that runs off of our city after it rains. So this permit is regulating activities around trash, winter maintenance, sand, salt, how leaves, fertilizer, pet waste, and how construction activities are dealt with. Rain is carrying all of these pollutants to our storm sewers, and then the storm sewers carry all those pollutants to our water bodies. So that's why non-point source pollution is regulated, so that water bodies can be swimmable and fishable, and because healthy ecosystems also need clean water. So this is a new NPDES permit. These permits are issued approximately every 5 years, and the MPRB and city just received our latest permit on December 12th, 2023. And the city and the MPRB staff have met about every 2 weeks since February to update the stormwater management plan to the new permit requirements. We have 1 year from the date of issuance to submit the new program to the MPCA to show how we are complying or going to comply with the new permit, and that's the document you have before you today. So as Director Pilger updated you this spring, the Stormwater Management Program is a document that guides implementation of the permit and compliance work and creates a framework of how we work together with the city as co-permittees, also how we comply with the permit individually. The objective of the program is to provide a really clear structure and guidance for permit compliance and pollutant minimization. In the past, only the City Council has adopted the SWAMP, and this is the first time that our MPRB board has seen the SWAMP. Adoption will add strength to the document for compliance as a board-approved document rather than a city document. So as you may have read in your packet, the SWAMP is organized into 3 basic sections. Section 1 is general information about history and the city and the MPRB's approach to stormwater management. Then Section 2 is the specific information on individual stormwater management practices managed by the city and the MPRB. This is the section of the document that lays out who does what, when, and what year. Appendix A is reference information for staff, for example, a list of impaired waters or other reference information that we can dive into when we need it. So the swamp is organized around 11 topics covered in the permit. The first 6, you might hear Commissioner Abene talk about the minimum control measures or the MCMs, but we typically call them all MCMs just because they're all like chapters in the permit. MPRB is involved in most of these 11, but not all. For example, we don't have any responsibilities reporting on sanitary sewer because it's not ours. And you've heard before about our main activities in public education and stormwater monitoring. And tonight you'll hear a little bit of an example on another program MPRB staff have worked really hard on. That is, and I apologize for some of these acronyms, the Illicit Discharge and Elimination, or IDDE, which we call our spills program. So tonight, as I said, I'll give an example of how the program is laid out using IDDE, or our spills program. And I'm going to highlight just a few important elements of the chapter, so don't feel like you have to read every detail on a slide that looks like this. But I wanted to show you what the layout of the document looked like. So each section is headed with our minimum control measure that we're targeting and a name to more precisely define the subject. And we also have specific line numbers from the permit included in each MCM to make it clear exactly what line in the permit people are trying to comply with by doing all the tasks. So there are a lot of items in the permit that are referred to in different places, in the beginning and at the end, and we wanted everything all in one place. So the first task of staff was to assemble the Lake Hiawatha Trash Management Plan, which MPRB and city staff worked together on. That was submitted to the MPCA in February. The requirement that the trash capture device at Lake Hiawatha was installed again this spring for its second season. And as they did last year, a contractor is collecting data on what was captured by the device and also collecting trash on the shoreline, so we have more information. So the next steps for the board and for the 2024 swamp tonight are for the board to adopt the swamp and authorize staff to send it to MPCA. The city staff will be taking the swamp to the Climate and Infrastructure Committee of the City Council in November for their adoption as well. And as I said before, previous swamps have all been adopted by the council, but this is the first time this board has seen the document. So moving forward, if the board chooses to adopt the swamp, future swamp updates will be brought before the board when there are changes. And these changes are not frequent. They're important when they do happen. For example, in 2022, the City Council adopted an update to the swamp that included trash as a pollutant of concern. That was an update to the 2019 swamp, so you won't be seeing this presentation every month, but it might be every couple of years. And the swamp added trash based on City of Minneapolis resident comments. So are there any questions that I can answer for the board tonight?
This committee. My apologies. I'm so used to everyone else doing it. Commissioner Benny, you may go, and then I will speak.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And I don't have some questions so much as I just like to say a couple of things. So, first of all, thank you so much for this work. I see Liz Stout here. Hi, Liz. Thank you, honestly. I think this collaboration is going to be really powerful and important, and great partners. I know that you already have that relationship, but this brings it forward and lets you rely on your partner organizations to focus on water quality in our city. It's huge. It's awesome. So I'm excited that this serves as the agreement that's been needed. Yay. Also, I love to see that there's right now an estimate that there are 30 miles of storm sewer system that the park board's responsible for. I think that's outside of the parkway numbers, which I know the city cares for. So that's not an insignificant amount of infrastructure, and so it's due. Its time is here, and it needs some attention. And that's an opportunity as well. Also, I have to say absolute kudos to the City of Minneapolis on achieving a 99.75% sewer separation with the last overflow being in 2006. Huge. cities don't experience that. Cities all over the country discharge sewage to water bodies, to rivers and things like that, Great Lakes and the ocean, and nearly at least once a year, if not much more frequently. So great job, Minneapolis. The Hiawatha trash reduction, I'm gratified that of course is part of the permit, that the PCA is recognizing that and seeing the work of the citizens that have been really engaged there. I do see that the programmatic pieces in your SWIMP, not SWIP, are really essentially some things that are occurring already. So, maybe in the next iteration, there's the next level. I'll just comment there. But for now, it's nice to see. I also really appreciated how MCM4 is broken into public and private. That works really well. That's a really great model, I think. I mean, I don't know if you want my opinion or not, but I think so. And then MCM6, crushing it, Park Board, crushing it. And I love the retrofit SMP. So those are my comments. Thanks for letting me say them.
Well, that was great. I could never do that as enthusiastically or concisely. So thank you for making that happen. I too am very impressed with the collaboration that's happening between the city and the park board around this permit and around water quality. And I am very much looking forward to seeing that continue to expand and grow and strengthen as we continue on this journey together of making all of our lakes really swimmable and clean and a great place to live for fish and amphibians and reptiles. And on that note, thank you so much for your time this evening. Thank you for being here. Ms. Stout, I appreciate that. And for your smiling face out in the audience, Ms. Pilger as well. Yeah, I think we're ready to vote. I don't see any more lights. So without further ado, all those in favor of adopting this resolution, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Seeing none, that motion carries. Thank you all for your time this evening. I will declare the Operations and Environment Committee adjourned. Am I running the next committee too? I think I might be. Rec's next, right? On behalf of the Recreation Committee, I would note it is 7:04 p.m., and I will call that committee to order. Secretary Ringgold, can you please take the roll?
Commissioner Alper.
Present.
Commissioner Menz, absent. Commissioner Thompson.
Here.
Co-Chair Rucker.
Here.
Co-Chair Musich.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Lovely, thank you. Could I please get a motion to adopt our agenda?
I move to adopt the agenda.
Thank you so very much. Seeing no comments, all those in favor of adoption of the agenda, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? We have an agenda. Thank you so very much. We also have some minutes. Could someone please move our minutes?
I will move the minutes of September 18th, 2024.
Lovely, thank you so much. Seeing no lights, all those in favor of adopting our minutes from September 18th of 2024, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? We have adopted our minutes. Nice work, everyone. Moving on, we have a resolution in front of us this evening. Would someone kindly move Resolution 2024-168 for me?
Yep.
No, go ahead.
No. Commissioner Rucker.
All right. I'll move Resolution 2024-168. Resolution approving the First Amendment to the Umbrella Shared Use Agreement between Minneapolis Public Schools and Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board.
Wonderful. And this evening, we are joined by Assistant Superintendent Kalb, who is going to step us through what this is, why it's important, why perhaps it's taken so very, very long for us to get to this point. I am just talking to give you time to walk up here, so feel free to interrupt me at any point.
Chairs Musich and Rucker and board members, thank you. Sorry for the delay. We are really excited to be bringing this to you this evening. It's been a long process, and I'm going to give you some background and updates on it. So the agreements hadn't really been addressed since 2018. And there was a group of collaborative stakeholders from both organizations that met many times over the past 3 years. 70 joint meetings, as a matter of fact. These meetings included leadership planning and operations, so operations managers, rec managers, the rec supervisor for the joint school park, the principal, and other key stakeholders were a part of these meetings. They addressed land and facilities owned by both organizations and identified what spaces are shared. They discussed shared use and maintenance of the spaces. They outlined how shared spaces will be utilized, managed, and maintained. And they came up with some more efficient practices and responsibilities done by both organizations. The shared use umbrella agreement was approved by the board in 2018. At that time, it didn't include a site-specific document for each site, each of the 16 sites that we share. So a site-specific shared use agreement template has been created. It will be a part of the amendment to the shared use umbrella agreement. The shared use umbrella agreement has been updated to include some clerical edits and reference to the site-specific shared use agreement template. Both organizations and their legal folks have reviewed and approved the updated edits. Both organizations have reviewed and approved the site-specific shared use agreement template. What are you approving tonight? So you're going to approve the amended shared use umbrella agreement, which has the clerical updates, new term dates, and an amendment that includes the site-specific shared use agreement template. You also are approving the site-specific shared use agreement template, and that will be used for each of the 16 shared use sites. In summary, both the Park Board and the Minneapolis Public Schools have worked together on joint use agreements for more than 40 years. This work continues the collaboration and expands relations between the two organizations. We've established the framework for continued analysis and communication with these shared use sites. And short but sweet.
Awesome. Anyone have questions for Assistant Superintendent Kalb on these changes, much needed changes to our agreement with MPS? Commissioner Hopper.
I just want to acknowledge how much work I can see that went into this and how exciting it is to see these updated. I know I looked at some point in the past couple of years. One for Matthews Park, I think, is the one that comes to mind, in Seward Montessori. So I'm just excited to see that there's this collaboration around shared sites, and I think my recollection was it looked like the site-specific agreement was quite possibly done on a typewriter. It was that old. So
100%.
I'm just excited to see all of this being updated. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hopper. Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you. I too just wanted to extend my gratitude and just highlight, because in other capacities, when I'm out and about in life, I don't think that people realize what a sometimes intense but very collaborative agreement that we have with schools in regard to much of our recreation programs, our recreation sites, not just land swaps, but time. And of course, you find out there's a lot of overlapping personnel sometimes. So thank you for all of your work, and I look forward to, hopefully this will be a positive positive shared agreement.
Chairs Musich and Rucker and Commissioners, I just want to say that it was truly a huge team effort. I just get to drive the bus tonight and kind of with my co-pilot, Deputy Superintendent Ringgold, drove the bus to get us to this point. But there were a lot of people behind the scenes in all of these meetings and documenting all of this data of who's plowing to this point, who's mowing this, and that will be all part of the templates. But I do want to give kudos to all of the park board staff and the school board staff that were a part of this.
Excellent, thank you. So I have just a couple things, and then I will wrap this committee. But I did want to note that in the past, in my tenure on the board, the joint locations have been a problem for both of our organizations, in that it was unclear who had responsibility for what. So making this a consistent method of communication, ensuring that we're documenting things the same way, so that if staff move locations, they're able to figure stuff out. It's a huge deal. It's very important. It's going to streamline the way that we work together, and that is huge. I know it took a long time to get here, but I think it's going to pay dividends for both of our organizations moving forward in terms of lack of confusion and real clarity, and also a really great user experience for the people that are in these spaces, because there will be a consistent care for them, no matter who it is that's responsible, because we've defined it and people are responsible. So it's great to see. Thank you so much for your work. Please pass on our kudos to the entire team that worked on this. And with that, I will take a vote on Resolution 2024-168. All those in favor of adopting this resolution, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries unanimously. Congrats, everybody. We've concluded our business in this committee for the evening, and I will declare us adjourned.
All right, at 7:14, I call to order the Administration and Finance Committee. Secretary, can you please call the roll?
Commissioner Musich.
Present.
Commissioner Olson.
Here.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Here.
Co-Chair Thompson.
Here.
Co-Chair Rucker.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Can I have somebody move the approval of the agenda?
I will move the agenda.
Seeing no lights, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That passes. Can I have somebody move the approval of the minutes?
I will,
Go ahead.
I will move the Administration and Finance Committee meetings of September 18th, 2024.
All right, sounds good. Seeing no lights, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That passes. Can I have somebody move the first resolution?
I will move Resolution 2024-195. Resolution approving a 5-year concession lease agreement between the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board and Froyo Soul LLC to serve as a food and beverage concessionaire at the Minneapolis Sculpture Garden beginning in 2025.
All right, I don't see any lights on. All right, Commissioner Schaefer?
Yes, I would like just a brief presentation, and I had a couple questions.
Sure. Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. Co-Chair Rucker and Thompson, I give you a quick presentation here on what we got going, or what we're looking to do. All right, before us tonight is a concession lease agreement for the Minneapolis Sculpture Garden. As you know, the Minneapolis Sculpture Garden is a popular recreation destination attracting over 600,000 visitors per year. The Minneapolis Sculpture Garden is a successful public-private partnership with the Walker Art Center and the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board. In accordance with the Minneapolis Sculpture Garden operating agreement between the MPRB and the Walker, the MPRB and the Walker envision a non-permanent venue for food and beverage offering as well as public programmed activities. The agreement under consideration will allow the vendor to operate food and beverage services within a designated areas of the garden, and the vendor will also be responsible for designing and implementing a diverse range of low-impact programs and activities for the public space within the garden. So we started this process with an RFP early this spring. We received 13 proposals. A review committee comprised of the MPRB staff and the Walker reviewed all the proposals. We actually brought a few in and learned a little bit more and gleaned a little bit more from them. And the committee unanimously selected Froyer Sol as the chosen vendor. This action considers entering into a 5-year concession agreement with Froyer Sol to operate a non-permanent food venue as well as some public programmed activities. And so Froyer Sol, I'm sure you're wondering, what is Froyer Sol? And actually, I've got the owners here this evening, Zach and Jesse, so they can come up and answer any questions you might have about their business. But basically, it's frozen yogurt, okay? And it's not just yogurt, but it's a combination of yogurt with fruits or vegetables or whatever you want to put in frozen yogurt is the main product. They're also looking at doing walkaways like popcorn, hot dogs, tasty treats, that type of thing, healthy foods, prepackaged type things. They're also looking to do beer and wine at the garden, along with other beverages as well. So you're not exclusively just beer and wine. But that is something new for us. We got that legislation changed a few years ago to allow for us to get a liquor license at this location. The intent really is that, and I'll kind of show you a map here. Again, it's low impact and it's not permanent within the venue. So we've identified areas currently when we redesigned the park. We created areas for food trucks. We've had food trucks there for a couple of years now in the parking lot. So where you see the red boxes are the areas that we've identified where we've had food in the past. So if you recall when a few years ago when the mini golf was down there, they had a little trailer parked in that spot, the power was put in and that type of thing. When we talk about programming, we're really talking about low-impact programming that we're currently already doing at our other park locations. So, for example, Commons Park, Waterworks Park, North Loop Park, we'd be consistent with those. So yogas, movies, light music, small cultural type events, nothing really big and impactful. It's just more adding vibrancy to the garden. And that area is actually restricted as well. As you can see, we're not looking to put stuff in front of the Spoon and Cherry or do anything like that. The areas that were designed for programming, when we redid the park about 7-8 years ago, these areas were defined for programs, and we haven't really caught up to that yet. So that's kind of the intent with that piece of it. As far as the alcohol service and the food and beverage service, that would be allowed throughout the park. They are looking to get a little creative with some little carts and that type of thing that would go outside of that where you see those red boxes. But again, they would just be push cart type things. So anything like a trailer or a food truck and that would be limited to those areas. So everything else would be more mobile. With that, let's stand for questions or discussion.
Commissioner Olson?
Yeah, I'm just wondering if we can expect kind of a report on how the other concession areas are doing at some time before the end of the year. Kind of want to see, particularly B'nai Makaska's, the pavilion there.
Sure.
I would love to see that. Thank you.
Commissioner Musich?
Thank you, Chair Rucker. This area has been a consistent problem spot for us in terms of having enough revenue to offset the cost of operating the park space. Are we anticipating that the addition of this service might help us ameliorate that problem a bit?
Chair Rucker, Commissioner Usich, yes. That is the intent, is that we try to offset those operations and maintenance costs that we are currently occurring at the garden as a micro enterprise to help offset those costs. So this has been something we've been talking about for quite some time. We've worked with our partner really close to the Walker. We finally got over the hump and we went out for an RFP and here's where we are today. So that is the intent, and that was always the intent when we structured this, was that there would be ways to generate revenue to help offset cost. So this is it, yeah.
Excellent. And then the second question I have in that regard is, I know we have quite a few people that do weddings and things in this park. Will they be able to utilize this vendor to supply beverages to their events, or are we anticipating we'll still have outside vendors as well? Commissioner
Musich, so permits are still gonna happen the same way. But like for a wedding example, alcohol's never been allowed in the park.
Right.
So this would afford the opportunity, yes. So if you want a champagne toast or a glass of wine at a wedding, for your wedding ceremony, yes. The intent of this is to complement the programs that the Walker's doing, that we're doing, that people permit to do in the park, along with just park visitors coming in and wanting to enjoy a good yogurt, as well as maybe a soda or water or a glass of wine.
Yeah, considering how little shade there is, cold, frozen things are going to be really nice, I think, especially on hot days. So I'm looking forward to that. Thank you. I appreciate the additional information.
Commissioner Schaefer?
Yes, I just had a couple detail questions. Will there be regular hours of operation? And what will that look like? Will they have a website connected to the Sculpture Garden or to our website? I guess I was assuming that the location would be at the building that was formerly used for the mini golf, because I've seen a lot of action and reconstruction happening right there. But that building is not going to be used. They are going to be mobile units. And what do those mobile units look like?
Chair Rucker, Commissioner Schaefer, all great questions, and some of it, I wish I could just say this is what it is, but this is new. So I'll kind of back up a little bit on what we're expecting out there. Yes, there'll be a website. The hours we're looking at, I believe was in there from like 11 until dusk. Again, we're in the summertime, so they'll go a little later, and as programs happen later, and then like this time of year, it's dark, so we end by 7 o'clock. It's somewhat seasonal. The contract is for year-round. We don't know what winter looks like out there, but we've left it open that maybe we could do some winter programming and that they could operate in the winter time, or at least part of the bookend season of it. So a lot of that's up in the air. The cart piece is kind of interesting because we've talked about a lot of different concepts. Now, depending on what type of product you're trying to move, do you need refrigeration, dry ice, or is it just is it just a cooler? All of those will be approved by staff to make sure that they conform to the width of the sidewalks and where they park and that type of thing. But they've got a lot of cute ideas, and nothing is like, this is the cart, because there's lots of different carts. But the intent is that it would be a push-type cart if they were going to go out there. Otherwise, it would be these stationary areas. The frozen yogurt, I'm assuming, and they can come up and answer this, is unless it's already pre-made in a cup and all that, they have the pour right there. They pour it. So that's more stationary and that type of thing. If it's hot dogs, you have to have a place to cook it. There's health rules that go along with this too. So, as much as we think about a push cart and we would like to do things, the city won't allow us under the health rules to allow certain products without hand washing and sanitary type things. So sometimes you're relegated to a food cart type situation or a food truck type situation, where other things that are prepackaged can be moved more easily.
And is the expense of those carts something where is that budget coming from?
Chair Rucker, Commissioner Schaefer, no, that's part of their contract, and that's why we're looking at a 5-year, because we understand they've got to make an investment. So there's some storage investment, that type of thing. The flat pack that you pulled out is not ours, which the little building that they redid. So it's not ours to lease out, if that's the Walkers. They were open to maybe some ideas in the future, but right now they're looking to program that space for some of their programs currently. So right now, that's nothing we can offer. But and that's why, like I said, that's why we do 5 years. We understand that they have to make a level of investment to make this work, and this is unique. I mean, normally in these concessions we have a building. We have something. So here we're saying there's no building. So when we did this proposal, we had people come. They're like, what is this? It's a garden, so let's be creative in it and look at it. So a little bit of it's going to be a little bit of trial and error, a lot of discussion, and I want to just point out we're working really, really close and collaboratively with the Walker on this project as well. So,
Well, I think it's really exciting. And I just had one other question, and that was, I just lost my train of thought there, but when do you think, it'll come back to me. I lost my train of thought there. But I would love to see what those prototypes look like as it comes along the road. And, it was around programming. From the resolution, it was a little unclear to me if we were providing the programming or if they were, if the vendor was providing the programming.
Great question, Co-Chair Rucker, Commissioner Schaefer. So the programming piece is kind of a by committee, three-headed monster. I mean, any programming they do, they would talk to us and the Walker. The Walker has the agreement, the use agreement around programming in the park, okay? We currently permit in the park. We do some programming in the park. But really the programs that we would do, the Walker does, like the Walker right now tells us all the programs that they're gonna do, which is great. So we look at it as kind of our partner with Froyer Soul, the Walker, and the park board looking collaboratively at how we program the park and what things could we do together, what things can they do, what things can the Walker do. But we have a holistic approach and a calendar, like looking at, okay, who's doing what, and we're not jeopardizing anything or doing anything that may cause an issue. And so we're very thoughtful on how we program that space.
Well, I just think it's something new for us that we haven't had a vendor do programming.
Yeah.
So I guess I kind of like to understand where that came from.
Sure.
If we're already doing programming with.
Sure. So I can tell you a little bit about where that came from. Originally, when the agreement with the Walker calls out programming, initially, when we first started this process of finding a vendor, and it was really program based. We couldn't find anybody. We went down a few avenues, and they didn't work out. Part of the programming piece is we wanted to find a vendor that was going to be invested into this property because it's unique. It's not a restaurant. And so we really, as part of the RFP process, the food and beverage piece is the number one thing. That's what we were looking for. But we also said if we could find somebody that looks at this vibrantly and thinks about how we can look at the park differently and not just be a food and beverage person, we would get more of an investment from them. In the sense in the investment of, I'm going to be there, I want to be vibrant, I want to sell my food and beverage. So that's why we put that piece in there. Again, the programming piece is going to be really low impact, okay? So we're not looking to do concerts, like major concerts and major tenting and anything like that. They're going to be really just daily type programs that are kind of fun and active. Again, similar to what we were already doing in downtown. It's just a matter of that's part of what they can bring to the table as well. Sometimes we just don't have the bandwidth. You know, I've got 3 parks in downtown and 2 staff, and we're running constantly. So these are areas where we can share ideas, we can share resources, but they can also produce some
Okay,
other things.
I appreciate that.
Okay,
And
great.
then also, I guess the finances of that I don't understand, and maybe you'll bring some other contracts to bring forward. Are we paying them for their programming? Are they going to show that, or are their programs going to be on our website?
Yes, so great question. The programs will be like any of our other programs, like at Commons with like our partners and that. They'll be listed on our website. Again, no different than when we partner at Awamni or at those locations. So same thing. No, we're not paying for that. Again, think yogas. These are low impact. Like they buy a bag set, they put bags out for the day. They run a bag league. They run those are the types of programs we're looking at. Yeah.
Well, I'm thrilled that that we have somebody interested in doing this, and we'll look forward to seeing what's in store next season. The other thing I just wanted to mention is last time that we had a new vendor with pimentos and at the Comas, we had an amendment that was attached about at the end of the first year that the staff would follow up with each of our new vendors and have kind of assessment, both of the financials and they're also, feedback from the community, feedback from commissioners, some of those things. Will that process be happening with this new vendor as well?
Yeah, yes, that is in the actual document.
Oh, great.
It's at the end. There's an attachment 1, and it lays that all out.
Great. Thank you very much.
Vice President Benny.
Thank you, Co-Chair Rucker. I'm not on this committee, but I'd like a chance to just ask a question. And it would be, actually, I wonder if we could hear briefly from the vendors, and if you could come up and say your name too, because it probably was in the materials, but it's hard for me to dig and get that. And I'll just say while you're coming forward, I definitely checked out your website right away and to look at the yogurt product, for example, the frozen yogurt product. And do you, if there's something you want to share about that product, and do you see that as sort of the main, kind of the anchor product that you'll be, selling in the park?
State your name and then.
Hi, I'm Jessie. This is Zach. We're the owners of Froyo Soul. Currently, We're a mobile food truck business. We're honored and excited for this opportunity, and the frozen yogurt is, our main thing right now, but we're really excited about the opportunity to offer like some sips and snacks is kind of what we're calling it in the garden, and I think it will enhance the overall park experience for all of the visitors and increase, visits back. We live within a couple miles of the garden, and it's just like a beautiful space that we're excited to be part of.
And yes, our frozen yogurt is our marquee product, which we've been involved with selling here in the city and around the town for 10 years now, including numerous times at the Walker, different First Saturdays, when they used to do the movies in the park at Loring Park, we were involved in that. So we know that our product's very popular there. And then on top of that, we looking at expanding along the same kind of lines of our product. Our product right now is organic, very allergen friendly. We have vegan options, so all of this will be incorporated with all of our future offerings there. High quality, good products.
That's great. I saw that on your website, and that makes a lot of sense, I think, to also a mobile vendor, but also it's kind of a walk-around space too. And that's I think a great match.
I would like to say too, any specialized vehicles there, we're definitely looking at having them all electric powered. We won't have generators there. I think we've been talking to Shane about having everything plugged in. So as far as, extra fumes or noises and stuff going on there, we definitely want to eliminate all of that and kind of future-proof our vehicles that we design.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thanks for the presentation. Can't wait to try some of their frozen yogurt at the Sculpture Garden. Well, thank you.
So much for your time.
Thanks so much for your time.
Yep. Seeing no lights, bring it to vote. Those all in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That passes. I have somebody move the second resolution.
I'll move go ahead, Tom. No, please.
Oh, gosh, jeez. If you insist. Resolution, I'll move Resolution 2024-197, resolution, that's the wrong one. You do it. You have it up.
Here you go.
Here you go.
What is the right one? Sorry.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, you got it then.
Yeah, I got it. Resolution authorizing the execution of a purchase agreement with Wall Development Company, LLC, for the acquisition of parkland located within the Grand Rounds Missing Link Regional Trail for $3,437,404 and other considerations.
All right, can we have a presentation on this resolution?
Good evening, Co-Chair Rucker, committee members. Excited to be here tonight to share with you and bring before you a purchase agreement and as well as a parkland and easement agreement. And I'm going to speak about them as a pair, even though the next committee will be also will be reviewing the easement agreement. They really are a companion set of agreements. So it's based on a district referred to as the Towerside District in the Prospect Park neighborhood, which also falls in this pink shaded area, which is considered the trail gap for us with the Grand Rounds, so also referred to as the Grand Rounds Missing Link. And as you know, we have not only state bonding that was allocated last year to the Grand Rounds Missing Link implementation, but also have CIP allocated over the next many years as an opportunity park for the system, an unbuilt part of our system. And so, as I think you may also be aware, a lot of the Grand Rounds Missing Link will need to sort of work along other agencies' right-of-way and other roads and sort of retrofitting, building trail where we can. This is an opportunity in the Prospect Park neighborhood to actually center parkland around the Grand Rounds Missing Link. So as this 140-year trail gap, this is one of the few opportunities along that entire 3+ mile corridor where we can acquire a large amount of land and really create more of a regional park, a true regional park and trail destination. So there's been lots of building blocks and kind of coming into place for this project and for this hopeful acquisition, including the Towerside District Plan, which was part of the East of the River Park Master Plan, as well as the Grand Rounds Missing Link Regional Trail Plan. So we've got some policy direction there. There's a drawing that even shows the trail traversing through what will be very similar to the hopeful eventual park in this district, traversing through the district. We also have our park dedication ordinance, which this project is really centering a pretty innovative approach to meeting the park dedication requirements, which I'll share more about in a moment. And then we also have an MOU that's guiding this work with Wall Development, as well as the Mississippi Watershed Management Organization. And I just want to give a shout out to John Wall, who has sat through a few hours of park board meeting to be here tonight. So thank you, John, for all your work over the years. We've been in conversation, I think, since 2018. So it's been a long road for us both. But we've done it, hopefully. We'll see tonight. And then we also, as you know, as I mentioned, have a CIP allocation for the Grand Rounds Missing Link. So here's the site. You may recognize the United Crushers. In the middle shot there, it's the foreground is now Bridalveil Gardens. It's been a rapidly developing district. There are also a fair amount of park dedication funds that have been accrued in the Prospect Park neighborhood thanks to all the development that's been occurring in this district. And then on the right is the what the food hall that John Wall had worked on several years ago, what it looked like before it was reimagined as the market at Malcolm. So the park that we would hopefully be purchasing is basically across the transitway from Bridalveil Gardens in front of those United Crushers grain silos. I'll call them that for short. So Towerside Innovation District is what some of the community calls that area, and Malcolm Yards would be sort of a sub-area of that district. So I'm going to interchangeably sort of call them both. And so in plan view, this is what the area looks like. And what's shaded in green and blue is what we're proposing to acquire as parkland. And through two different mechanisms, the green would be a fee simple ownership structure where we would own the land outright. The blue would be an easement, a permanent easement for parkland. And then the fee simple, the outright ownership of parkland, some of that would be acquired through purchase, through a Met Council Park Acquisition Opportunity Fund. Some of that will be acquired through a park dedication, land dedication. So as you may recall with park dedication ordinance, there are three options. One is to pay a fee when you develop a new unit, whether it's commercial or residential in a neighborhood. That fee goes to new parks or new park amenities in the district. But you can also convey 10% of the developable land. And so in this instance, what we've done is we're getting land conveyed to us, some as easement and some as fee simple ownership. What's been really innovative about this approach, though, for us is that we're actually looking at it through a district approach. We're taking a district approach to park dedication, land conveyance, so that we don't need to just sort of develop parkland on a parcel by parcel basis. We can actually say, hey, what's the best way to configure park in this district? We have this partner that has site control, so Wall owns everything, for the most part, everything that's represented here with a couple structures that have already been built, and is willing to work with us to say what is the best arrangement of parkland for this district. And so what we've done is with the black dashed line there, that shows what we're referring to as the park dedication district. And then we took we would then get 10% of the developable land for parkland of that district to create trail or parks. So basically we've taken that approach, but for the entire district, which is interesting because some of this district has yet to have plans for development. Usually we'll have a park dedication requirement being met when that building permit is being pulled. But in this case, we're actually fulfilling park dedication requirements and future-proofing parkland and saying, hey, for this entire district, you're going to have met your park dedication requirements. So it's a very unique situation. We've cleared it with legal on both sides. It's in alignment with the park dedication ordinance. And again, it's been a really sort of interesting approach for us. I'm happy to take questions. It's a little bit non-traditional. So I will say if you've reviewed either the purchase agreement or the easement agreement, they're very complex documents, and I liken it to a puzzle or maybe even a sweater. If you pull one thread, the whole sleeve might come apart. And it's been a lot of give and take. As I mentioned, we've been working on it for years. And I think each of those clauses might represent months of dialogue. So the next steps for this is that this next step of bringing the purchase agreement and easement agreement to you for review and hopeful approval. We will then need to go to City Council for approval of the parkland dedication agreement, and then we would apply for Met Council funding. So not until we get the okay from you, then we would go forward and apply for a grant, which of course we may or may not get. We are very hopeful that we will receive it. So it's that park acquisition opportunity fund. This is not our park acquisition fund that we have at the park board. This is a separate one that we are eligible to apply for. And then we would, if awarded that grant, we would then begin environmental cleanup. And the site would need to be clean before we close. So there are still several steps to take to get to the point where we would close. And we hope that closing by the end of 2025 is our goal there in terms of a date. And then at which point we would start to design the park through a community engaged process, and then construct that park. Thankfully, WAL has agreed to provide interim maintenance for the site until the park is substantially complete for a period of up to 5 years. Staffing and operation of the park would only begin once the park is substantially complete, which is at this point estimated for 2028. I know John was hoping for sooner, but as we do the math, it's a multi-year process to get where we're going. And so I'm going to jump forward. The parkland and easement agreement. Actually, I think I've covered a lot of these points. They are a package deal, so I'm just going to run through all of the points for both agreements here. I've mentioned that we're taking this district approach, which the district is a 300,000 square foot district. And so not only are we being granted 10% of that developable land, but we actually are getting an additional 5% on top of that because there are some encumbrances on the blue shaded area of the trail, which just means that there's existing utilities running under the trail. It will not impact our ability to build a trail or operate a trail on that site, but it is considered an encumbrance, which decreases the value of that land. Therefore, this is one of those things of pulling the thread. We've found a way to kind of give and take with that existing condition and said you can keep the utilities, keep the existing conditions, but we are going to ask for additional land. And so thanks to WAL for agreeing to that. So again, it's a combination of easement areas, fee simple, meaning outright ownership. Whenever possible, we have tried to work for outright ownership or fee simple ownership of the land as a legacy landholder. It's our preferred way of holding land, but in this case, there are multiple parcels that the easement is crossing, so that blue shaded area actually traverses a couple of different parcels, which makes it really difficult. You'd have to create another parcel to be able to own that. So there's several reasons from a real estate standpoint that we've taken this approach. I think I've hit on all these other points. I can come back to this. In terms of the purchase agreement, So we are planning to purchase not only that western park, which is about an acre park, but also a small eastern park parcel. You'll see again here in the graphic, if you look at that eastern, or on the right side of your screen, the smaller proposed park, there's a tract A lot that's sort of a blank white box dashed out of there. That's actually owned by another landowner that we're in conversation with about potentially having that land conveyed to us as well. So we hope to fill that trail gap. So that's something that's also underway. So the purchase price is around $3.4 million. I'll jump down and just note a few things in terms of sources and uses. So we can apply for 75% of, or we can be awarded 75% of the purchase price. We have an appraisal for that purchase. So we know this is a very vetted number. And so we would use 2.5 and some change million dollars from the grant towards the purchase price. So about 700,000 would come from park dedication fees, which I mentioned there's a pretty good reserve in the Prospect Park neighborhood. And then we actually were also awarded an MWMO grant, Mississippi Watershed Management Organization, a number of months ago. They know that we were working toward this land acquisition and said they wanted to help us make sure that we could meet that match. And then I'll also note that there is an additional $200,000 donation from WAL that will likely be applied to capital improvements, but can also be used, if needed, toward the match. And that no general funds or CIP are proposed to be used in the purchase of the park. So I'll end there and see if there's any questions. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, Chair Rucker. You mentioned we're not going to be using capital improvement funds, or I forget what the second thing was, but you did not mention whether or not we'd be using land acquisition funds from our own land acquisition account. Are we not needing to do that?
Thank you, Co-Chair Rucker, Commissioner Musich. We are not going to be using Park Board land acquisition funds. That is correct. Okay. We will be applying for the Met Council Park Opportunity Acquisition Fund grant.
Okay, fancy. Thank you. We noted that the park dedication fees are being allocated based on the projected development of this space that will happen at a future point, I think is what you said. That number is based on the number of units within a development. So if that changes at the time of development, what happens? If it's less units, do we have to say, okay, I guess, sorry everyone, just kidding, we're not buying this parkland for you. We have to unbuy it now. Or if it's more units than is projected at this time, do we then have to remember to ask the city to charge more of a fee? Anything that's future forward gives me a lot of pause, just knowing how terrible our organization has been in the past on following through on benefits that we negotiate for ourselves. At one point, we just forget and we don't end up getting what we negotiated for ourselves, which was our excuse for doing the thing in the first place. So I just want to make sure that we're not putting ourselves in that position now. If you could help me understand what that will look like.
Absolutely.
If it happens.
Yeah, Co-Chair Rucker, Commissioner Musich, great question, great clarification. So what's interesting about this, and I think your questions are a very good example of the type of conversations that we've been having for years and why it's taken us so long to sort of figure out what does this deal look like. And so what we're actually doing here is we're not collecting park dedication fees per unit towards the future, but instead we're actually taking through land conveyance 10% of the developable land, which is our first right in the park dedication ordinance. So okay. WAL is fulfilling their requirement around park dedication through conveying land or land dedication rather than through paying fees. The fees are coming from past developments that have already been accrued that's for the match for the Met Council.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for that additional clarification. And then the last question I had was just around, once we acquire this land, I've gotten bitten recently where we've taken on something that it turns out we didn't actually want in the condition it was in. We don't have the money to maintain in its current condition or improve. And so will there be some kind of walkthrough with our operations team at the point where we're making this decision about purchasing to ensure that the land is in a condition that we're going to be able to maintain without excessively burdening the funds that are available to maintain it?
Thank you. I will note that, so with the grant application to Met Council for acquisition, there's also cleanup funds that are available to us as part of a joint sort of package. And so the plan is for us to apply for cleanup, which Wall will be matching the 25% required for that match. They are committed to cleaning up the site. And that includes the top 4 feet would be clean fill. All the environmental testing is currently underway. We're getting a really good sense of the site. It is a previously industrial site, so there is work to be done. There's also some infrastructure on the site that would be removed as part of that cleanup. So in a sense, we're getting a blank slate with clean fill, and we're not closing until that park is deemed clean. And then at that point, they would seed it and maintain it for up to 5 years, so from closing. And so we've got a plan for this interim sort of park space. And then from there, we do have a great, we have capital improvement funds allocated to the Grand Rounds Missing Link that could be applied to design and construction as a next step. So we actually already have funds sort of on the horizon that have been identified for that. And absolutely, our operations team is already weighing in on Grand Rounds Missing Link designing, from day one. There's an active project advisory committee, or PAC, reviewing design plans that we are bringing forward actually tomorrow to them for some initial thinking. So.
Okay, great. And I appreciate that they're involved in the PAC. My question is specifically around the site itself. I want to make sure that they're on the ground and seeing this stuff and able to call things out that someone that's in planning, that's very good at planning the future, might not notice because you're not out in the field every day. So thank you for that additional clarification. And I just would like to note for planning staff in the future, noting this sort of information and presentations would be helpful, because I am going to ask this question every single time now. Thank you.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Do it.
Chair Rucker, can I just jump in for a minute? So, Commissioner Musich, your question is a good one. I just want to make certain that the board understands that every year we sit down with Finance Director Weissman with what we call the system equity investment. And we look at the projects that are coming forward to be online in the next several years. And we project the cost of operations, programming, even CCVP and police. The board doesn't always allocate all the funds that we request, but we do put together a list of what it will cost to maintain the park. So for instance, we've done that for probably, I think the last probably 4 or 5 years. We haven't always done it, but we have done it consistently for the last 4 or 5 years so that we can request in the annual budget enough funds to take care of the parks that we're bringing online in a particular year.
Okay, thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Thank you. I just had one question about the route. When I bike the Grand Rounds, I'm on that side, I just kind of make my own way. So I don't really know, how does this fit into the route plan? And I'm sorry if that's a basic question, but I missed it.
Yeah, thank you, Co-Chair Rucker, Commissioner Schaefer. Great question. I'm kicking myself for not putting a full route graphic in here, but I can speak to it. So traverses up from Franklin Avenue at the river. If you see where the yellow sort of wedge comes down to the river at the bottom where it says Bridal Veil Regional Trail. So it hits at Franklin and 27th, and then would come up across University, down Green 4th, which is 4th Street, southeast, and then across into the Bridal Veil Gardens Park, which is right there by the light rail station. And then it would go up and over the rail yard through Southeast Como. There are 3 routes proposed for Southeast Como right now we're examining. But actually it's a great sort of taste or little sort of taste test for, in about a month, we're going to have concepts for the entire 4 miles of Grand Rounds Missing Link available for your viewing pleasure and for public comment, and we are in design production mode right now. So I'll come before you here shortly with a lot more information on that proposed route. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that great presentation, very informative. Oh, I'm sorry. Vice President Benny.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you, Co-Chair Rucker. I'm not on this committee, but I just wanted to say, I know this is a lot of work, and I know it's been going on for a long time. I want to thank Wall, Development for coming up with a creative solution that's looking at the full build out of this location. And I think it's really already a very activated and vibrant part of the city that used to be something really different not that long ago. And there'll be a really terrific public amenity here when this is complete. So thank you. I just wanted to say that.
Okay, thank you. All right, seeing no more lights, we'll put it for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That passes. At 7:59, I adjourn the Administration Finance Committee.
And noting the time is 7:58, I would like to open the, call the Planning Committee to order. Secretary, would you please take the roll?
Yeah.
Commissioner Elper. Absent. Commissioner Olson.
Here.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Here.
Vice Chair Thompson.
Here.
Chair Benny.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Would somebody please move the agenda for approval?
I'll move the
Do
agenda.
you see my light?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Schaefer.
I would like to make a motion to suspend the rules to add something to the agenda. And that something is a letter in regards to what happened at the Planning Commission, not dealing with the topic at hand, but the process.
Thank you. So there's a motion to suspend the rules. We don't need to second that, but we do need to do a roll call. Okay, Commissioner Alpers joined us. So, Secretary, would you please take the roll?
Commissioner Elper.
No.
Commissioner Olson.
Aye.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Aye.
Vice Chair Thompson.
Aye.
Chair Benny.
Aye.
You have 4 ayes, 1 nay.
So we've added this item to the
No.
agenda.
We've suspended the rules.
We suspended the rules. Thank you. Gosh. So with that, I think then we'll turn it over to Commissioner Schaefer to talk about what we're going to talk about.
Sure, I will just, if you can just pass this down, so you can take a look at it. I didn't pass them out earlier, just not knowing we would suspend the rules. So I would like to make a motion to include this letter for a vote on our planning committee agenda when it's convenient to the chair, wherever you would prefer. Would you like me to speak to the letter now or read it out loud, or would you prefer just to take a vote to add it to the agenda?
I'll ask the body, the committee, are there questions about this? I'm inclined to move it forward to a vote to just go ahead and add it to the agenda, and I'd probably place it toward the end of the agenda. Are there questions about this item?
I mean,
So I think Commissioner Olson has a
sorry.
question
Yeah.
or comment?
I mean, just looking at this, this would have significant impacts on the city and the future of the city and the future of cannabis and cannabis business within the city. And I think it's something that would deserve far greater public notice.
Point of
and-
order, we're just talking about whether or not to add it to our planning
Correct.
committee agenda.
And I'd love.
For,
Just for
For
discussion.
discussion.
Or not.
For
For just
Yeah,
for
just-
discussion.
Yeah,
and a
this is
vote.
not the discussion, it's just whether or not we're gonna add it to the agenda to discuss.
I'll,
like, at a future date, or?
tonight.
I think tonight.
Just to talk about it tonight, and I think that through discussion, I think there'd be some clarification about what the point of the letter is, so. As you think, Commissioner Alper.
So I'm just seeing this now.
Yep.
Thank you for sharing copies. Noting the time is 8 o'clock and we're in the midst of planning committee, and I would just say, what's the urgency? I think it deserves anything item being brought before the board deserves a little thought and time for edits and, high quality work, I would say is in our best interest. And so I would ask that, would you be willing to wait 2 weeks? And then we, ask staff, you work with staff instead to put together a top-notch, not to say that this isn't excellent, but I haven't read it yet. I just received it. And I think I do my best work not late at night. So I would ask you, please, if you would consider in 2 weeks to bring it forward.
Commissioner Schaefer?
Thank you for letting me speak, and I would not normally do this. I normally don't do this. My reason for doing this is any kind of, this issue will be moving to the Biz Committee. Commissioner Thompson may know the date. I would like this to go a full cycle, to be, if it's approved today, then go to the full board 2 weeks from now. So we would have time for edits, discussion, deciding if you even want to put your name on it, those kinds of things. But I thought there was an urgency around what happened last night at the planning committee and the fact that the park board was not included or brought to the table, even though we were mentioned in the document.
Okay, could I finish my time?
I just want to be sure
Oh,
You're off the mic. Your mic's not on.
Agenda versus the content. I just want to be sure we're talking about adding it to the agenda and not the content of the letter yet, because I think we can have that discussion if we choose to add it to the agenda.
I mean, process-wise, I'm skimming this letter that I received at 8:01. So I
Again,
see at the bottom.
Point
it
of
says-
order, we're only asking whether or not we want to vote
Yeah,
on.
but I don't want to vote to add it to the agenda if we're wildly out of line. Like you're saying, Commissioner Schaefer, that only the commissioners who wish to sign on can do so. But then why wouldn't we? That's not how we do business, correct?
Okay, thank you for that question.
Council Rice, do we have letters?
Oh,
Do we
just a
have
minute.
letters like that?
Just a second. Secretary Ringgold has her light on.
I just wanted to make one clarification. The next meeting isn't until October 23rd. So it's not 2 weeks away, it's 3 weeks away.
And there are
Thank you for
two,
that clarification.
The Biz Committee meets on October 8th and the 22nd.
Okay, and
we'll
I'm-
surely take it up on one of those dates.
Yeah. So I actually, before we continue, I think having this discussion, I think we need to vote on whether or not to add it to the agenda, because I think that would be a better opportunity to have a discussion. If it doesn't get added, then we can cease talking about it, so. And maybe the form of this won't prove to be viable, so I think that's part of the discussion. So all those in favor of adding this to tonight's agenda, please signify by saying aye.
Aye. No.
All those in favor?
Not
Aye.
in favor.
I mean, all those opposed? Thank you.
Nay.
Nay.
Okay,
It got added.
it's added, yeah. Okay. So, we also.
Can I move the amended agenda
Yes,
now?
I would like that, thank you. Did you just move it?
Yes, I've moved the
Okay,
amended
is there any
agenda, including
discuss?
Commissioner Schaefer's
Okay,
letter.
any discussion about the amended agenda further? No. All those in favor of approving the agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The agenda is approved. We have one set of minutes. Would somebody please read the minute dates and move it in?
I'll move the minutes of August 21st, 2024.
All those in favor of approving the minutes, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The minutes are approved. Okay, we have a couple of action items here. Would somebody move the first resolution?
I will move Resolution 2024-185. Resolution granting access and utility license agreement to CenterPoint Energy for an underground natural gas line along West Lake Harriet Parkway, located in the Minneapolis Chain of Lakes Regional Park, and collecting appropriate fees associated with the license agreement.
Is there discussion? I think.
Sorry, I never turned mine off.
Commissioner Musich.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm not on this committee. I'm interested in hearing from staff, either our staff or those that might be here from CenterPoint Energy, about what steps will be taken to ensure that there will not be damage to trees adjacent to this project area.
Here comes Property Administrator Downey. Welcome to the podium. I don't know that we need a whole presentation.
No,
but
I do not need a
specifically
presentation. It's a
the question.
specific question just about what will be done to ensure that the staff of CenterPoint Energy or their contractors will not unnecessarily damage trees, as I've witnessed them do on many occasions.
Good evening, Commissioner Musich, Chair Benny. It's been my understanding that they will be, the line unfortunately will not be along the trees, and that they would be also as a requirement of the permit to actually communicate and consult with forestry.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
Other questions, comments? Okay, seeing none. Secretary, this does not need a roll call, right? It's a utility license,
Not in committee.
not in committee. Okay, all those in favor of Resolution 2024-185, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That resolution passes. Would somebody please move the next resolution for discussion?
I'll move Resolution 2024-194, resolution approving encroachment license for use of 424 square feet of land in front of the subject property at 2851 East Lake of the Isles Parkway, encroaching upon parkland at East Lake of the Isles Parkway within Minneapolis Chain of Lakes Regional Park, and reducing encroachment fees based upon quantitative and qualitative betterments.
Thank you. Is there discussion, questions? Seeing no lights, I'd like to go ahead and take a vote on this. All those in favor of Resolution 2024-194, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That resolution carries. That motion carries. Would somebody move the next resolution, please?
I'll move Resolution 2024-198, resolution authorizing the execution of parkland development and easement agreement with the Wall Development Company, LLC, for parkland located within Grand Rounds Missing Link Regional Trail.
Okay, fast read. Any questions, any comments, discussion? We just had a presentation on the subject, so. Okay, all those in favor of approving this resolution, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion passes. That resolution is approved. Would somebody please read the next resolution?
I'll move Resolution 2024-199, resolution approving temporary occupancy under Section 4F of the Transportation Act of 1966 for Franklin Avenue reconstruction project adjacent to and within PV Park.
Is there any discussion? I see Commissioner Schaefer.
Yes, I'm just curious if I could get a staff description of temporary occupancy versus temporary easement, and how that might be a nuance here.
Certainly, Chair Benny, Commissioner Schaefer. A temporary occupancy is a form of 4F, which is the statute, the federal statute that protects parkland from transportation projects specifically. So there's several ways to go about 4F. Temporary occupancy is the way that we use generally when the impacts might be small to parkland, short in duration, and usually beneficial to parkland. For those cases where there is a temporary occupancy where a partner might actually be building park infrastructure on parkland as part of their federally funded project, typically what we do is we still bring the temporary occupancy approval to you, because that's what essentially federal law requires. But then we allow them to do that work under a simple construction permit, because they don't need an easement for their land control. That construction permit is often granted with a waived fee, because what they're in effect doing is making park improvements on parkland that they are doing because they're the ones that have the funding and not us. And in the case specifically of the PV project, there's sidewalk and trail rehabilitation and accessible ramps that will benefit park users, and some of that spills onto the park property. And in the case of the second item that you'll consider that is similar at Richfield Road and 36th Street, they're actually building trail connectivity into the chain of lakes on parkland. And so we essentially allow them to do that under a construction permit. So there's no easements associated with these. It's possible that a 4F process could result in a temporary easement, but typically for those things that are essentially construction of park amenities on parkland on behalf of ourselves by another party, we have to go through the 4F process, but then we just grant a permit rather than do another easement.
Okay, so there was no additional structure that they needed to use parkland to do the intersection improvements in this case?
In the case of the
36th
the
and-
PV,
No, 36th and, I was looking at 36th and Beday-McCoska.
okay. Chair Benny, Commissioner Schaefer, I forgot what
Point of order,
resolution
this is the PV Park.
Oh, I'm
resolution.
sorry, yep.
I'll stay close.
Okay. Is there any other, thank you for catching that, Commissioner Alper. Any other discussion, any other comments? Okay. With that, I'd like to go ahead and move this resolution for a vote. All those in favor of approving, wait a minute, resolution?
199.
Yeah, 2024-199, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That resolution is approved, that motion, it carries. Would somebody move the last resolution on our agenda, listed on our agenda right now?
I'll read Resolution 2024-201. Resolution approving a temporary occupancy under Section 4F of the Transportation Act of 1966 for intersection improvements at Richfield Road and West 36th Street adjacent to and within the Minneapolis Chain of Lakes Regional Park.
Any discussion? I see Commissioner Schaefer.
Yes, I just had the question about location of construction materials in this intersection improvement.
Chair Benny, Commissioner Schaefer, let me clarify the location of construction materials or the improvement work that's taking place. Are you asking about where they will be staging materials?
Correct. Maybe there's no staging.
I think that's a question that I'll probably pass to Redwan Adem from the city who is here. I can say that the construction activities will take place behind the curb, which is on parkland, but I don't know what the staging plan is. Redwan?
Welcome.
Thanks. As Adam mentioned, I'm Redwan, City, Minneapolis, senior professional engineer. So we have staging and everything in the plans. I don't have that plan handy. As Adam mentioned, it's the point of having 4F is to use the parkland area as temporary for temporary easement. So the contractor is gonna have everything in that area, not on the street, not anywhere else, but on the parkland temporarily. So we have two staging during construction. One is the phase one. We're gonna do, yep. Yes, it's clear. Phase one does the northeast and northwest corner of this intersection, one corner at a time. So during that phase, we have a temporary pedestrian route going this way, and we have construction material possibly gonna be here in this area. Yeah, I don't have the plans handy, but the plan is to have the contractors have their materials and equipment in the parkland. Not heavy equipment, but the materials.
Sorry, I was just trying to find the drawing of the improvements, and I see they're not here. Let me.
Yeah. Let me have
Yeah.
it on my phone.
Chair Benny, Commissioner Schaefer, let me make a little clarification about 4F temporary occupancy. So within these zones that are shown in red, that is an area that that you are deciding tonight whether in fact it is okay for the city to use those pieces of property temporarily in order to create what are essentially going to be new pathways into and near our parks.
Great. And we don't have to get into the contrast of temporary easement, but I have a couple of things I'll just clarify with you offline on that. I appreciate that extra detail. And again, the community would love to see the sidewalk go all the way up to this improved intersection if there is funding eventually for that Rapid E.
Thank you, Commissioner Schaefer. Other questions or comments? Okay, let's go ahead and take this resolution forward to a vote. All those in favor of Resolution 2024-201, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That resolution passes and that motion carries. Okay, with that, I'd like to go ahead and ask someone to move the added agenda item, the letter, for discussion.
I'll move Commissioner Schaefer's letter. I'll just call it that for now. That's okay.
Okay, it's moved. Would Commissioner Schaefer?
Sure, I'll just introduce this and then, of course, answer any questions. I will start by just reading it. Mayor Fry and CEO Margaret Anderson Kelleher, thank you for your elected representation and leadership of our city departments. As Minneapolis, I have extra copies if someone needs it. As Minneapolis Park Commissioners, we were surprised to see parks mentioned in the zoning changes for cannabis presented on Monday's Planning Commission, at Monday's Planning Commission. Quote, city staff are not currently recommending spacing from attractions within a public park, page 8. During the meeting, it was confirmed by CPED staff that the city's recommendations did not include any dialogue or input from MPRB staff or commissioners. MPRB commissioners see two primary concerns with this action. First, the action is not respectful of our unique governance roles. To have the city publish documents where MPRB's jurisdiction is named, but MPRB's leadership is not informed or consulted is troubling. Secondly, our organizations strive to be proactive in governance decisions. When the city did a deeper examination of the specific land use of parks in relation to the new zoning structure, MPRB's input should have been included in the initial discussions. It can also give the public a false impression that our organizations are not working together. Minneapolis needs close collaboration between MPRB and city leadership for the success of our parks and cities. Thank you. And I just added this phrase at the bottom. I just jotted that in there because, but I don't know what's protocol. It could be this should just come from the Planning Commission or our Planning Committee if it passes, because it sounds like the date for the Business Committee might be sooner than our next board meeting. If the board feels strongly everyone would like to vote on it, I don't know if we'd have the ability to reopen a full board, but at least I can read the statement. My focus of this letter is process and not the zoning detail. So I'd like to clarify that first and foremost.
Thank you. Commissioner Olson.
Yeah, well, kind of, going to process, I feel that this whole discussion is far outside of our regular process. I feel that if I were to bring forward a similar letter around zoning for our planning commission, it would be rejected out of hand by this committee, as it would rightfully would be right to do. As to the content of this letter, I think it's I think the city was right not to consider us with liquor zoning laws. We are not mentioned in those laws, and I don't think that cannabis should be held to any higher standard than liquor laws, and so I think that's partly the reasoning as well, around why that school, the extra school distance was was not put forward, and I think that's correct, a correct assessment. And as far as this being a planning committee issue, I would actually contend that this is far more germane to the intergovernmental committee, as this is dealing with intergovernmental relations and process and how they communicate with us. And so I do not think we should send this letter. I think we should vote this down. And if it does end up passing out of this committee, I do not want my name anywhere near it. That's all I have to say.
Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you, Chair Benny. As I was at the meeting yesterday, and I'm on the Planning Commission, and I spent the day yesterday trying to confirm if anyone in our organization spoke with anyone at the city regarding this issue. This was brought before the Committee of the Whole for the Planning Commission in June. A lot of things were discussed, so that was over 3+ months ago. So this was an intentional slight. I want to say that again. This was an intentional thing because of the fact that the city knows that they thought that if they included us, it would be burdensome to them. I pointed out that our deep collaboration with MPS in our Rec Plus program, where essentially every single park is akin to a school site, that is in state law, and it was ignored. I requested that we find some sort of hybrid model that could be inclusive in the language, and that was also ignored. As I mentioned yesterday at the Planning Commission, alcohol versus cannabis versus tobacco, which came up multiple times, as a perspective of a teacher who knows how kids can exchange this stuff like candy, I will just reiterate here, you can smell alcohol, you can smell tobacco, you can smell vape. Edibles would get into a school and run like wildfire. I know they already exist. I'm not but there's no reason to make it more so. We'll get on that with my teacher upsettedness with that. I find it troubling that they didn't even attempt to ask us. And I think, though I'm sure this letter can use some, fixing, I think it's completely appropriate for us to discuss this before it goes to the Biz Committee, and then subsequent to that, the City Council to approve this. This is a massing zoning overhaul, and I want to be on record, I'm not I recognize this is the new state law, and I'm not opposed to this. I'm not opposed to the existence of cannabis in the city, okay? But to procedurally not have us be part of the committee, the conversation with a very intentional thing, I don't think it's too much to ask for a simple letter to say, hey, come on, there. That's my 2 cents.
I have a question for Council Rice, not generally about the letter specifically, and you may not be able to answer this. I know we're catching you off guard. But I also think maybe Commissioner Thompson knows the answer if we need to do that. But there were 4 call-out areas for special review by the zoning committee. One was schools, one was daycares, one was parks, and the other was residential treatment facilities, I believe. Can you confirm that? And if you know about that, where did that come from? Those special existing land uses or properties that were being given the go-ahead for special consideration. Where did that come from?
Madam Chair, you are catching me a bit unaware. I would say that there was a comment made about liquor and parks, and my recollection is our zoning code does have a setback requirement on liquor stores and parks. At least the last time I looked at that issue, but that was years ago. It's not there. Okay. Then I don't know. I know we filed the cannabis legislation. I know Ms. Gokemeyer's here, and actually Frankie Johnson's been kind of tracking that issue internally for us. So I do recall that there was some issue in the legislation about parks and.
Yes, and I don't, and it's not that. So there were specifically 4 areas that were called out for consideration by any entity, and you could go up to 1,000 feet on any of those. And I believe that comes from some guidance from the state. Do you know about this?
Chair.
Thank you, and thank you, Ms. Gokemeyer, for coming up to the
I
podium.
apologize, I don't know, Chair Benny, Vice President Benny, and Commissioners. Yes, that's true. So state law allowed cities to have setbacks or, distances from the dispensaries up to certain amounts for those areas. It's not required.
Right.
So it's permissible for cities to do that.
Okay.
And Minneapolis opted to do the setback for schools, and I think it could be up to 1,000 feet, and they originally, they had it at 500 and they reduced it to 300.
Thank you.
In the planning commission.
In the
Now
planning
it still goes
commission.
to biz.
Sure.
Licensing on Tuesday at city council.
So they did take input from the Minneapolis Public Schools, but no other schools in the city. And the Minneapolis Public Schools had requested, had said we would like to see 500 feet, and then they downsized it to 300 feet. So that's besides the point. I think that the point, what I see in the point of this letter is that the city sort of acknowledges that there's a unique governance structure really for the Minneapolis Public Schools. It doesn't exist for the charter schools or the private schools. And we know that one of the other 4 areas is the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board. That's who operates parks in the city of Minneapolis. And so I think just procedurally, I think it is a problem. I think it's a process problem that I think warrants some maybe elected official to elected official kind of contact, because I know that the city's interested in looking at efficiencies, looking at the 2 organizations. This right now doesn't give me a lot of faith in any kind of process like that going forward. I will call on Commissioner Musich next.
Thank you, Vice President and Chair Benny. I'm not on this committee, so I appreciate being given an opportunity to speak. Earlier, it was mentioned that the discussion was around process and not about the content of what was being discussed, yet the entire discussion I've heard is all about cannabis. So I don't know that I totally agree with that statement. When you look at the zoning code for the city of Minneapolis, there is no specific requirements around distances of businesses from parks that I could find today. I looked all over the place and could not find anything. It does specifically talk about schools. It does do that. That is a for sure thing. We are a city of parks within parks. We also have a lot of schools. If we continue to engage, and I know I'm off topic, and you can rule me out of order if the discussion is not about cannabis, but since everyone else is talking about cannabis, this is, to me, a discussion about cannabis, so I'm going to talk about it too. Eventually, you get to a place where there is nowhere where these businesses can function. And we continue then to make this something that we're trying to prohibit, prevent, and essentially recriminalize for people because we're telling them it's unacceptable to engage in this behavior. And what they're doing there is buying it. They're not using cannabis on site, right? So we're just telling people, we don't want to see you doing that. I don't feel that it's appropriate for us to be making those decisions. If we want to make those decisions, we should run for city council. We're talking about the parks tonight because that's our job. We talk about parks. We don't set zoning for the city. The zoning that does exist, we comment upon in our role with our person that's on the planning commission. And we provide the voice of the park board in that regard. But since we are not part of that zoning lawmaking, I'm unclear why we're having this discussion right now. Thank you.
Commissioner Alper.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I am on this committee. So regarding the letter and the content, you note zoning changes for cannabis, were those draft or final? You note page 8, I would say, of what? It was confirmed by CPED staff, I would say, says who. It says to have the city publish documents. I would ask, what document? It says commissioners' names in alphabetical orders who wish to sign on. Please do not put my name on this letter. I have not fully reviewed it. I am a cannabis teetotaler. I would like you to know that, okay? So to me, it's not about the content. I am just so disappointed in the process of this. Frankly, it gives the impression of an open meeting law violation, the way that Commissioner Thompson spoke about the meeting, the way that Commissioner Schaefer brought forward this letter, and the way, quite frankly, that Chair Benny, you also spoke about the meeting in such a knowledgeable term. And so for that reason, I feel that Commissioner Menz and I, who are also on this committee, or Menz, Olson, and I have been totally left off of this discussion and totally blindsided. So I do not support this. I ask, why the urgency? Because we're not going to be able to take it to full board before the biz committee. I think if you truly care and wanted to be intentional, you would have sent something to the secretary earlier today. You would have played by the rules and been good teammates on this, so no.
Thank you. Just so you know, there were no three people that were aware of the letter. I can tell you that for sure. Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you. I would like to state a couple things. First of all, I would like to apologize for getting off topic. Yesterday was challenging, and I was wanting to just speak to process, and I got in my own weeds, so I apologize for that. Also, to respond, although I don't feel like I should have to, yesterday was a recorded public meeting, and I did not know that Commissioner Schaefer was going to present this letter. I am insulted by the insinuation, to be perfectly blunt. I suppose this is the conversation I had hoped that at some point we would have been able to have at least had, so I could give input from this body more specifically than just me kind of trying to navigate yesterday, knowing that we weren't part of the conversation. So I guess that's I just wanted to respond to that.
Thank you. Before I call in Commissioner Schaefer, I would also, I hear what Commissioner Musit's just saying, and I understand that. I really do. And to me, this isn't about cannabis. And I can't imagine a world where we would use parks generically, any kind of word parks in any kind of zoning code. But I think it's just a real oversight not to at least get input. I think the park board organization probably would have said, well, we wouldn't want to consider all of the parkland because it's too linear, it's too extensive throughout the city, but maybe some special consideration might be given to rec centers or rec centers that host a Rec Plus, things like that. That's the only thing. I think it's just a real missed opportunity and in a bad form. So, okay, Commissioner Schaefer.
Yes, I just want to reiterate that I understand zoning is not our jurisdiction. I agree with that completely, even though we have had the opposite treatment from the city council on various topics of recent time. I think this is an opportunity for us to say that we noticed, whether it has any effect, whether, staff get a chance to look at the overlay maps on this, that, or the other thing, really was not the point of this letter. I think the point of this letter was for us as electeds to say to other electeds, we noticed. We noticed that we were left out of that conversation. And so that has happened not just in this situation, but in other situations. So I think it's an opportunity, frankly, for us to share some feedback in gentle language, in a positive way, because I'm saying statements of we're a team, right? We both care, both the city council and the board of commissioners, of park commissioners, really care about our parks and city. And that really, the spirit of this document is really the last statement. Minneapolis, we need close collaboration. between MPRB and city leadership for the success of our parks and cities. And I think we can get there, but we're not there yet. And so this is an opportunity to challenge both of us to really come to the table and say, where are we slighting the other? Where are we not respecting the other? And that's my spirit in putting this forward. And the timing with a Tuesday meeting and the meeting happening Monday, I didn't get in before the deadline, whenever the deadline was, whether it was, I don't know. So I apologize for that. I don't normally try to rush things, but I felt like there was a timeliness aspect to this that is important versus a month down the road.
Commissioner Olson.
Yeah, I just want to underscore some points from Commissioner Musich. We were not slighted in this. There is no slight, except for those that are perceived for some reason. We have a voice on zoning. Commissioner Thompson was able to articulate the voice of the park board there. So we're not left out of the process. That's what we are. And again, I feel like I need to reiterate, liquor stores and the zoning laws, they do not mention parks. So there is, but it's about zoning in general. And you say that we don't have, we should be out of zoning. 100. You believe that 100%. If you believe that, then we shouldn't be sending this letter, because we have our role and it was fulfilled. And there was no slight. There was no. It completely. This is out of our lane, and it was appropriate of the city not to include us in a deeper consultation, because they appropriately assessed that it's not in our lane and not our jurisdiction.
Okay, thank you for those comments. I'll just say, and we probably should get close to wrapping this up, but that this is not about the Planning Commission. This is about the city staff following a process inside the organization for a couple of months, knowing that the park is a specific category for consideration in zoning. Commissioner Mentz.
Thank you. I don't serve on this committee. Appreciate you allowing me to speak. I would not support this letter either if I was on this committee. I don't think that. Sometimes I'm noticing that our entity and the way that we are with our other governmental entities, that sometimes we feel slighted. Like we're projecting that at times. And I think that this is something where this is, like Commissioner Thompson said, this is not our lane. We don't need to respond here. We do have representation. That if we continue to build that narrative that we're being slighted, then that builds strength to that. And I think that we should sometimes not notice and talk to people individually who we know who are in those positions. I do worry about getting into the planning area because, for now, if we want to moralistically say THC or cannabis, or what if it's healthcare, or what if it's other things that we're gonna not allow near parks? We don't know what the future holds for who's elected, so. I hope it doesn't pass. I hope we don't do this, but I encourage everybody to talk to their fellow electeds individually about how process works between the city and the parks.
Commissioner Thompson.
I would just, given this discussion, like to move to either postpone or table this letter. I think the discussion has been fruitful, and if we were to send something at our next meeting, I believe there would still be time before it went to the city council. I also think that we would do a good job to craft to make sure that it's just simply about policy, like procedure. And I know that under the surface of this discussion are the multitude of ways that the city casts us aside in other aspects that no one is really speaking toward, and frustrations that probably a lot of us have over these several years. So without editorializing too much, I would just like to move to, I don't know which would be better, table this idea, this letter.
Okay. Commissioner Thompson's made a motion to table this for now. Is there any discussion? I see Commissioner, okay, I'll make.
I'm not, it's not about the tabling, so I
Okay,
guess.
okay, so what I would say is this. I actually support the idea of a letter, but I like the idea of the letter to be more unified. And also, I don't have a sense of urgency about the biz committee. I don't have a sense of urgency about that. This to me is simply about the process. Problem is the subject matter is so fraught. So I think that I would actually support also tabling this at this time, and that we've at least had a discussion to say that this isn't cool, you know? If it says parks, just call the parks. That's it, that's the whole thing, right there. So I don't know if anyone else has any comments. I think can we take that to a vote? Is that how that works, to table something?
Yeah.
Point of parliamentary
Yeah.
information, which I think is not the right way of saying that, but to table a motion, it's a debatable item that requires a majority to pass.
Okay. And I see Commissioner Olson's light is on.
Yeah, just want to, I'll be voting no, just because I don't even think we should be discussing this in the future. I think we should vote it down now. And that's my logic. Just wanted to explain that.
Thank you. Commissioner Schaefer.
I guess, are we having a tabling to a certain date?
No,
Commissioner
tabling
Thompson?
is setting it aside, postponing it is to a certain date. So
Gotcha.
I think your no vote on a tabling would be a mistake, frankly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I understand that people might get, I'll just say a couple things. I understand that people are afraid, I'll just use that word, because we as a park board of commissioners have typically not noticed some of these things. I noticed this was on the agenda on Thursday of last week. And that's where it came from. And so I'm just surprised that we as a park board and staff and commissioners are unaware of when we haven't established our own policies, that we're not being brought into any kind of process that will affect our parks. And because I think that shows respect between the two entities.
Thank you for that. So can we just clarify that if it's tabled, it does not mean that it necessarily comes forward. But if it's postponed, then it would come forward to it at a certain date. So I'm seeing nodding. So tabling this essentially sets it aside. But again, somebody could bring it back, but it doesn't come back automatically. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and take to a vote the motion from Commissioner Thompson to table this item. All those in favor of that, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay, I understand, but nay.
So it's been tabled. It's been tabled. Yes, it's 3-2. It was
3 to
tabled,
2.
correct?
For the votes, thank you. Okay, so it has been tabled. So do we have to do anything else to stop
No.
this topic? No. Okay, great. We can move on to the next topic.
Our final thing.
Let me see here. Okay, we have a final item for the night on the Market Square and potential modifications to the Lake Street Blue Line Station. And I see Mr. Arvidsson has approached the podium. Take it away.
Chair Benny, thank you. And thank you on behalf of Metro Transit, who will be doing most of the presentation tonight. This is sort of the early stages also of a 4F conversation, not a temporary occupancy one, but kind of a full 4F analysis. We thought at this stage it would be most helpful to not, wait a whole bunch of months and do a whole bunch of work and then come back with a full 4F, but instead, I think Metro Transit has wisely asked to give a brief study update as we're beginning the project and moving through some design conversation, and give you an update and answer some early questions. So today, Christina Morrison from Metro Transit is going to talk about the Lake Street Blue Line station, so the existing elevated station at Lake Street, and some plans that Metro Transit is working through there. So with that, I will turn it over to Ms. Morrison.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. I am, as Adam said, I'm Christina Morrison. I am a Principal Project Coordinator with Metro Transit Engineering and Facilities, and I'm the Project Manager for the Lake Street Midtown Station renovation. So just to orient you to this site a little bit, the Blue Line opened at Lake in Hiawatha 20 years ago this year. And it opened with a park and ride and some empty lots, and since then it has really been transformed by new development led by Hennepin County, as well as the development of Market Square, which you can see even in this aerial. The market is in full force, the Midtown Farmers Market. And so all of this has sort of grown up around the station. This station sustained significant damage during the pandemic and after the civil unrest. And so Metro Transit has been pursuing both short and long-term improvements at this station to keep it in good repair. We've been doing some work very visibly. You saw in the first photo on the exterior and interior with public art. We have added full-time security every day of the week at this station, and then we have a number of ongoing repairs just to kind of keep it in shape while we plan for that long-term renovation. So our project goals really are threefold: improving accessibility with any grade-separated station. We have challenges with maintaining that accessibility and making sure that it is available all the time and reliable for customers. We are really looking to improve customer experience, and that is a number of things, whether it be safety and security, it could be wayfinding, it could be how people experience the platform and the station, how it interfaces with the street and the bus and the park. And then we're really looking to how can we make this station really functional and easy to clean, easier to maintain for our staff. So whether it comes to materials selection or material selection or just the design of the station itself, how can we make it so that we can keep it in good repair every day of the year? We began renovation planning for this station back in 2022. We started engaging interagency staff, including Michael, I see Michael here, and we've been meeting a lot on Teams, not a lot in person, and really collecting a lot of data about customer feedback, about police calls, about maintenance work orders. We've now moved into full design mode, so working on issue resolution with specific items, and we're starting our public engagement. So you'll start to see more information about this out in the public realm. This project is slated for a 2025 to 2027 construction. A lot of the heavy construction is planned to be in 2026, and that's in coordination with one of our major rail replacement projects on the Blue Line. So to speak really to that first goal of improving accessibility, you can see on the left there's a picture of Market Square on a nice sunny day with the Midtown Farmers Market in swing, and we are looking at this part of the station south of Lake Street as having the potential for major improvements as it relates to accessibility. The biggest move is this idea of adding a new pedestrian ramp up to the platform. So right now this is one of the few locations in our system that does not have reliable outage-proof, sort of a manual ramp. So even just up the road at Franklin LRT there is a ramp. But this station, we've really struggled with accessibility, and we think that we can implement this ramp not just as sort of a utilitarian concrete wall, but something that's more integrated with landscaping and seating, really kind of finishing out that south end of the park, adjacent to the park. And it also creates new edges, new definition on the edges of the park that don't exist today. So a lot of this space, both on the transit and the park side, tends to be more underutilized, which leads to safety and security issues. So really working collaboratively with park staff to think about how we can improve this both for transit and park users. Our second goal is really looking at that customer experience. Because the south tower of the station spills out into Market Square and into the plaza, we've thought about, our existing station was really oriented towards that former park and ride that existed on this site. And because of that, the entrance is really far from the street. It doesn't interact with the market and with the plaza at all. And so we're thinking about really turning around those stairs, opening it up, making it an open air station, similar to, if you're familiar with our West Bank station on the Green Line, bringing the elevator closer to the street and really providing good visibility throughout. So people who are moving from the plaza and the park through to the station have a really seamless experience where they have good sight lines and good visibility. Another item I'll speak to, I mentioned the idea of improving maintenance that helps us keep the station clean and in good repair. We are looking at, again, on the left, this area on the east and south side of Metro Transit's property and the east side of Market Square as an opportunity where we could create a secure, like, back of house operations for Metro Transit employees. That gives us janitorial and storage space that we don't have there today. It also in these plans, we're looking at adding a transit service center. This is something we have in our downtowns, and that would provide essentially a ticket window where people could walk up from the plaza and ask for transit directions or buy a go-to card, or just be able to interact with full-time staff that would be on the site. And we think that this adds sort of eyes on the station and eyes on the park. It adds more full-time staff on the site, which we know is good for safety and security. And it also gives kind of definition and purpose to this eastern side of the park that you see on the left. So all of this is being very closely coordinated as we think about the park space, working with park staff. Our goal as we think about, especially about the ramp and opening up onto this plaza, is to complement what is there today to support the Midtown Farmers Market, but also create new opportunities for programming and activation that just don't exist today. So thinking about aligning our safety efforts. I know Metro Transit has a pretty significant safety and security action plan that we're working on. We're also thinking about investments that have multiple purposes. So improving the wayfinding that is a benefit for both park users and transit users. I mentioned activation as an amenity, defining those park edges. So right now there's a lot of places where there's just sort of, the landscape kind of trails off into a little bit of gravel or some rail equipment, and really creating defined edges that show where people are supposed to be and where spaces they can use. And then also creating improved access to the station cannot be understated. That is really one of our main goals here. So the next step is really to continue working with MPRE staff on the design of both the ramp and the renovation. We are having our first open house at Midtown YWCA on the 16th at 6 p.m. and we'll be sharing some of these design ideas there and hearing a little bit from the public. We also, as mentioned, we're going to be initiating 4F evaluation work, and then starting to talk over the winter about any agency agreements that we require between the transit station and the market uses to ensure that everything is sort of set into the future so that both can exist on this site. And I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you for that. Are there questions or comments? And if there aren't, don't be offended, it's kind of late.
That's okay.
Oh, I see Commissioner Schaefer.
If I remember right, when we first activated this park, we had a maintenance agreement, is that correct, with a list of tasks that was going to be, am I thinking of the right space?
Here comes Assistant Superintendent Schroeder.
Chair Benny and Commissioner Schaefer, you are correct. So we have an operating agreement for this park that includes a list of tasks and also a reimbursement policy where between Hennepin County and I don't know if it's still LNH Development, they pay for 25% of the operating costs of the Market Square each year.
Right. And so what was we weren't just financially not able to get all that stuff done? Is that why there was a maintenance concerns trying to save. There were, in the presentation, it mentioned there was concerns about trying to save on maintenance.
Yes, Chair, Commissioners, we are, when I refer to maintenance, I'm actually talking about transit maintenance, so keeping
Okay.
the station
Okay.
up to date. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Alper. Oh, yes, Director Arvidsson.
Chair Benny, I'd just like to make one quick clarification. The main reason why that we're talking about this whole process is that part of that new access ramp area, because of the strangeness of the property lines and the jurisdiction, would likely need to exist partly on parkland and partly not. And this is why we have a 4F discussion that's initiating, because this cannot be built solely on county or Metro Transit land. There will have to be some adjustments to the park and rethinking of that in the context of this process. So we're encouraging you to really provide some guidance potentially to Metro Transit about how that can be park beneficial. Because through a 4F process, we would identify impacts to the park and then also identify mitigations. And I think some of the things that Ms. Morrison has shared today are potential mitigations to improve the Market Square space. That's still a work in progress, but I just wanted to clarify that they do intend to use parkland in some way, and that's why we wanted to bring this before you.
Thank you. Commissioner Alper.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation tonight. I'm wondering if you have spoken with the Corcoran Neighborhood Organization and specifically the Midtown Farmers Market about, if you don't mind going back to the slide that had, yes, that one.
Yes, Chair, Commissioner, we have had some discussions with Corcoran Neighborhood. They operate the farmers market here, and we actually did some on-site visits to look at the market load in and load out to just really understand how it operates besides what we see, on Saturday mornings. How does it actually come into being? And then that includes things like utility access, so water and power and other things that they're accessing in order to operate that market. So we have been talking with them. Our intention is to ensure that the farmers market has what it needs with the renovation work. Obviously, there will be a lot of construction in this area, and we want to ensure that things are renovated to the extent that they can maintain those operations.
Great, that's great. It sounds like you're doing, way more than me on this subject. The only thing I was gonna specifically bring up in relation to the farmers market has to do with, right now, it's a closed loop that you can walk around the whole farmers market with the kind of the grass and the play area in the middle. And so you walk uphill slightly and then around and then back down. And the reason I bring that up is it looks like, if you go back to that concept, that it would eliminate the loop, and I'm pointing towards the east, south, yes, yes, that side, because that's actually the shadier side, and also the side where the tents are located, which I realize is all park property, is one of the main complaints that I've received about the farmers market, which is, again, not related to the blue line necessarily, but that it is on a slope, and so all the tents are all on a slope, and it's the same issue on the other side to a certain extent as well. So I hope that whatever improvements you're doing can also create some sort of stepped, flattened space for the actual tents, if they are to remain on the side with the ramp. So, and that's all I have.
Thank
Thanks.
you. Commissioner Thompson.
I just wanted to say thank you for this presentation. I recognize we just sort of activated Market Square, and now this is happening, but this location has needed some TLC. Funny sidebar, when I was teaching at South, I had a student make a short film about this transit station. I shouldn't laugh. But so I'm really grateful. I'm like, ooh, this is happening now. So thank you I'm glad that we are on the front end of hearing about this new project. Thanks.
Thank you. I think think no one else has questions or comments, so thank you so much for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
For bringing this forward, and with that, at 9:01, I'll adjourn the Planning Committee meeting.